Thank you. We're going to start with our land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh people. I would like to call our regularly scheduled West Hollywood Planning Commission meeting to order. It is Thursday, April 18th, 2024. The time is 6:36. And Commissioner Edwards is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. All stand.
And please stand if you can.
Thank you. David, roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Tonight, Commissioner Jones is absent, so the roll call votes on digital voting system will reflect that. Commissioner Meadows.
Present.
Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Here.
Present.
Commissioner Jones. I'm sorry, she's absent. Commissioner Gregoire.
Here.
Commissioner Edwards.
Here.
Vice Chair Lombardi.
Present.
Chair Carvalero.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Thank you. Item 4, approval of the agenda. I want to propose a change to the agenda. Given I intend to abstain from any vote to continue item 10B, and I need to recuse myself from item 10C, Vice Chair Lombardi will manage the second half of the meeting. I would like to propose that we move items 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16 to take place immediately after item 8, consent calendar. Do I have any comments?
I move approval as amended.
Thank you. Any seconds?
Second.
Thank you. Vote?
That was a motion by Commissioner Gregoire, seconded by Commissioner Hoopengarner. And the motion passes, approving the agenda as amended for April 18th, 2024.
Thank you. Item 5, approval of the meeting minutes from March 21. Do we have any corrections that we need to make note of tonight? Commissioner Hoopengarner? No? Nope.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hoopengarner motioned?
Yes.
And seconded by Commissioner Edwards. And the motion passes, approving the minutes for March 21, 2024, as presented, noting Commissioner Jones absent.
Thank you, David. Item 6, public comments. This time is set aside for public comments on items not on tonight's agenda. David, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we have 2 speakers here in the council chambers and none on Zoom. So our first public speaker will be David Nash. David, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence.
Thank you. My name is David Nash. I'm a West Hollywood resident for the past 25 years, and I do live in a building that is affordable housing, originally conceived and constructed by West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation in connection with the Actors Fund of America. The reason I'm here tonight is I'm also a member of the Disability Advisory Board for more than 8 years, and I have been...
Turn up the mic.
Pardon me? And I have been selected by the DAB to represent them in items that interact or have a relationship with your commission. I'm happy to be here tonight to introduce myself and let you know that I will be here in the future making comments, keeping you in tune with what we're doing and concerns that we have about issues that come before you. And certainly one of those issues is to thank you for your recent support of the 7-story, I believe it's 87-unit project that you approved and recommended or on Cynthia Street. We're very happy to see that many units of affordable housing being brought into the city of West Hollywood. There is a housing shortage, and we look forward to and expect your continued support of affordable housing units in the future, including the project that is going to come up on your agenda later tonight. There just is such a great need, it's such a benefit for the city. We appreciate your support of affordable housing in the past, now, and in the future. Thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our final public speaker for this general public comment section will be Andrew Solomon. Andrew, please state your name and city of residence, and please speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you in the room.
Thank you, David. Andrew Solomon. I live in West Hollywood. I've lived here for the last 10 years. Was hoping I would get to say congratulations to Commissioner Jones tonight. I can certainly understand her absence. I myself became a parent 16 months ago. It has been the most rewarding and also the most challenging thing that I've ever done. And it's also turned me into like a crazy housing advocate, something that I never thought would happen. I hope she has a more normalized experience towards parenting than I've had. I'm here to speak tonight on public comment about something that I saw on the city council agenda on their March 18th meeting. It was actually on consent. I feel like I wanted to bring it up tonight because it wasn't really discussed at that meeting. It's a 125-page attachment, item 2H on the March 18th City Council agenda that I think a lot of people just breezed by, but it is our 2023 annual housing progress report. And it's a report card on how we're doing towards meeting our goals for the sixth cycle, the sixth RENA cycle, and meeting what path we're on meeting our required number of units. All of you know that we are required in this sixth cycle to provide for roughly 4,000 units in the city of West Hollywood. And those 4,000 units are roughly broken down into the following income tranches. Of the 4,000, 1,000 of them should be very low, 700 of them should be low, another 700 of them should be moderate, and then 1,500 of them should be market rate. So those are our baseline numbers about what we're supposed to hit in the sixth cycle. Here's where we are at, we're about 40% of the way into the sixth cycle. For very low, we should, again, provide 1,000. In the last 3 years, we've provided 6. For low, we should provide 700. According to our report card, we provided 3. Moderate 700, 5. Market rate, the end number would be 1,500, 250. So whereas we are supposed to provide 4,000 units by October 2029, as we sit here today in the middle of 2024, we have provided 265. I think that's important that you all keep in mind tonight, but also just throughout your tenure on the Planning Commission. I mean, you are responsible for this. We all are, as a community, we all are, but you are one step in the entitlement process that, unfortunately, it's a really long entitlement process, but you are a crucial step. I feel like this progress report should get more attention. I hope that it gets agendized in some way in one of your upcoming meetings. It's something, it is a thermometer that we should always be looking at. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. We have one more speaker. Our final speaker will be Mine Cost. Mine, you have 3 minutes. State your name and city of residence, and please speak into the microphone.
Good evening. My name is Mine Kaglar Cost, and I live in West Hollywood past 22 years. So the West Hollywood changed actually immensely since I moved here. We started to lose very important part of the city, what is historical. So my point today is going to be talking on the sensibility on Sunset project. So do we need more new developments in West Hollywood? So I made some notes. I'm just going to read it. Increasing the number of people living in a square foot area without corresponding increase in the amenities or resources can definitely decrease the quality of life and living standards for the residents. Here are some ways in which can happen. Overcrowding. More people in a limited space can lead to overcrowding, making it difficult for residents to have adequate personal space and privacy. Resource scarcity. With more people living in a square foot, resources such as water, electricity, and food may become scarce, leading to an increase in competition and potentially overpromising the well-being of the residents. Increased stress and conflict. Crowded living conditions can lead to increased stress and conflict among residents, as they may have to navigate tight living quarters and deal with noise and disturbances. Deterioration of infrastructure. A higher population density can put a strain on infrastructure, such as roads, utilities, and public services, leading to a decline in the quality of these amenities. Impact on health and well-being. Overcrowded living conditions can have negative effects on physical and mental health, as residents may be more susceptible to illness and stress-related disorders. Overall, while increasing the number of people living in a limited square foot area may help address housing shortages, it is essential to also consider the impact on the quality of life and living standards of the residents. Adequate planning and provisions of resources and amenities are crucial to ensure that the increased population can live comfortably and sustainability. In conclusion, economic development does not necessarily lead to an increase in new building development. Economic development might focus on upgrading and repurposing existing structures rather than constructing new ones, and is a multifaceted process that involves various factors, and the direct correlation between economic growth and new building development is not always guaranteed. Thank you.
And thank you. And Chair, that is our last public speaker for general public comments.
Thank you. Item 7, Director's Report.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and the West Hollywood Planning Commission. Nick Marisich, your Director of Community Development. I know my last Director's Report was rather lengthy, and so I'm going to be brief this evening. I have 2 updates to share with you from you and the community from our Long Range Planning Division. The first item is that Metro has awarded the City of West Hollywood a $200,000 grant as part of its Transit-Oriented Communities Technical Assistance Program. And this grant will help fund a feasibility study that's going to explore establishing a transit-oriented development bonus program in the city. The bonus program would apply to areas around major transit stops, including the proposed K-Line stations, and target increasing affordable housing development to meet our regional housing needs assessment numbers. The study is a component of the overarching housing element programs that look at increasing density and amending various bonus program overlays throughout the city to increase housing production and encourage diverse housing options. And secondly, the city has just launched its free Green Business Certification Program. This is one of the programs outlined in the city's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. The Green Business Certification Program is designed to help businesses operate sustainably and receive public recognition for their efforts. Each West Hollywood business that registers for the program may qualify to receive up to a $1,500 rebate to offset extra costs that are associated with implementing green measures at their business. For more information on this program, you can go to go.weho.org/greenbusiness. And that concludes my report for tonight. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for our director? Nope. Thank you. Item 8, consent calendar. We have none. And now we'll jump to item 11, new business. So again, it's that time of the year. West Hollywood Pride is coming up, and we need commissioner volunteers for the Pride float. Do we have anybody who wants to volunteer?
I'll volunteer.
Okay. And Vice Chair Lombardi? Oh, and Commissioner Edwards.
Commissioner Lombardi and Commissioner Edwards.
And Commissioner Matos.
And Mathos. I will submit your names to the city clerk. Stay
Great.
tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12, unfinished business, we have none. Item 13, excluded consent calendar, we have none. Item 14, items from the staff. Planning manager's update.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Carvalero, and good evening to commissioners. So for the upcoming agendas for the Planning Commission, our next meeting will be on May 2nd. We have one item. It's a zone text amendment regarding dwelling lease terms for condominiums and single-family dwellings. The following meeting will be May 16th. That one has a fairly heavy agenda at this point. We have a CUP request for off-site sale of beer and wine at 8380 Santa Monica Boulevard. We have another CUP request for off-site sale of alcohol at 8733 Santa Monica Boulevard. We have a billboard project that we're requesting to be continued this evening, and a zone text amendment for the expansion of hotel rooftop amenities. So that's for the month of May. I will now do the subcommittees. So for Design Review Subcommittee, we have nothing currently upcoming. For the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee, we have on May 25th, a billboard project for 9200 Sunset Boulevard. And for the following meeting on June 13th, we have a billboard project for 8801 Sunset Boulevard. And for Long Range Projects Subcommittee, we have on May 16th, we will review the zone text amendments for small projects, affordable housing in lieu fee, and inclusionary requirements. I would also like to mention that we have an upcoming Waterworks Symposium that is happening this Saturday, May 20th. It is at the City Council chambers right here. Doors open at 9:30. The event is from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It'll be talking about all manner of things concerning water. If you've been to any of our symposia before, they're wonderful, so we invite everyone to come out and attend that. It's a Saturday, this Saturday coming up, 10 o'clock, doors open at 9:30. And that's all I have for this evening, unless you have questions. Oh, thank you, sorry. I had a typo in my notes. It is April 25th for the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee, not May 25th. My mistake, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And so that's the one for 9200 Sunset Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lombardi, you have a question?
My question is no longer applicable. All good.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just wanted to
Commissioner
let
Gregoire?
folks know I won't be here on May 2nd, so for determining a quorum with Commissioner Jones out, hopefully that won't be a problem.
Thank you. I think we have that noted, but I appreciate the reminder.
Okay. Any? Yes? No? Okay. So now we'll jump back to item 16, items from the commissioners. Do we have any comments at this time? Commissioner Hoopengartner.
Thank you. And thanks, Jennifer, for letting everyone know about the Waterworks Symposium. It looks to be really great, and the last one was truly excellent. I encourage everyone to try and attend. I'd also like to apologize for my tardiness. For those of you who don't know, there were about a half a dozen documents uploaded today on the website regarding item 10C. So if you're here for that item and you haven't seen those documents, you might want to go to the city's webpage and download them. And related to that, I just have a request that I've made before, that when we have documents of this size, that they be given to us and to the public the moment they are published, so that we have the maximum amount of time to review them, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoopengartner. Any other comments? No? Item 9, public hearing, Section 1, projects subject to the Housing Accountability Act. We have none tonight. Item 10, public hearing, Section 2, projects that require a public hearing under the law. Item 10A, the Commission has been asked to hold a public hearing regarding a proposed request for a second-time subdivision extension at 1048 North Curzon Avenue. And I believe we have a staff report from Antonio Castillo.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Antonio Castillo, Senior Planner with the Current and Historic Preservation Planning Division. I will be sharing a very brief presentation here. Okay. The item before you this evening, Commission, this is a request from the property owner for a one-year extension of the expiration date for a previously approved subdivision of a parcel, a single-family parcel located at 1048 Curson Avenue. Let me advance my, there we go. The initial subdivision request was approved by the Commission on February 20 of 2020. This extension would allow the property owner to continue to finalize the tract map to subdivide a previously approved 3-story, 5-unit residential building into a common interest development or condominium. The development has not been constructed, but the entitlements remain active and are not part of the subject for today. The building was administratively approved on June 18 of 2019 under a development permit after findings were made that the development met all the applicable development standards and was consistent with the general plan. Staff maintains its initial assessment and recommendation for approval of the subdivision entitlement, given that the project is well suited for this site and the surrounding neighborhood. The project was designed to comply with the applicable requirements for multifamily dwelling standards and all applicable zoning ordinance provisions. The subdivision of the building will not be detrimental to the public welfare and will not impede implementation of the general plan for the implementation of the general plan, nor the purpose and intent of the provisions of the zoning ordinance. Therefore, as initially proposed and as previously approved, the project will continue to be subject to all the findings and conditions of approval set forth in the previously adopted resolution from February of 2020. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of staff? Commissioner Hubengartner.
Just a quick question. Given our history with some of these projects, is this property well maintained in compliance with all code?
As its current condition?
Yes.
To my knowledge, yes. There's no code compliance cases on this
No public
property.
safety issues like we've had on some other properties?
None that planning staff's aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Edwards.
Just curious, what happens after this runs out? Do they have to come back to us, or they have to start from scratch?
If the extension is not approved,
or even if it's approved, what happens after a year?
When the expiration comes, then that entitlement is void. And if the applicant or the property owner wishes to pursue a subdivision, they would need to restart the process, submit a new application and filing fee and so forth.
So basically there is a strong incentive for them to hopefully get started.
Correct, and they're in the process working with our Building and Safety Division at the moment.
Commissioner Matos?
I just have a follow-up question to Commissioner Edwards' point. Has staff spoken with the applicant on whether or not they anticipate that they will be successful in actually meeting this second-year extension deadline?
Yes, we've been in contact with the applicant and they're pursuing the final map. And also, as I mentioned, working with Building and Safety to obtain their required building permits.
So we don't expect this to come back for a third?
There wouldn't be a third option, a third opportunity for an extension. At that point, it would void.
Second and final?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
I'd move to approve staff's report.
I will second.
We need public comment first, commissioners.
Oh, sorry.
Very sorry.
Okay. I doubt we have any, but any commissioner disclosures? Nope. And we don't have a presentation from the applicant. Okay. So I'm going to open the public speaker portion of the public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this item?
Chair, we have no public speakers on this item.
Okay, so I will close the public portion of this public hearing and move to commissioner deliberations. Commissioner Hoopengarner?
I deliberate that we ought to make a motion to approve staff's report.
I will second Commissioner Hoopengarner's motion.
Motion by Commissioner Hoopengarner, seconded by Commissioner Meadows. And the motion passes unanimously, noting Commissioner Jones absent. We do have an appeal process for this item. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you, David. So at this point in our Planning Commission meeting, and consistent with our city's Code of Conduct, I will recuse myself because I was part of an applicant team associated with the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program. I understand we have another recusal.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a statement pertaining to my eligibility to participate in item 10C on tonight's Planning Commission agenda. Since I joined this body in 2022, my eligibility to participate in subsequent hearings related to 8850 Sunset Boulevard has been called into question by interested parties and members of the public, since my place of residence is not a secret. I have been subject to strong arguments in both directions. This legal and ethical question is due to my rented residence, which is less than 200 feet from the proposed project site. In fact, you can see the bedroom window and balcony of my residence clearly depicted in Figure 3 of the staff report on page 15. Due to these legal and ethical questions, the city attorney and I have worked closely over the course of nearly 1 year to determine whether or not I'm able to participate in hearings related to this project. In 2023, our city attorney sent a letter to the Fair Political Practices Commission to seek their guidance in making a determination. I was not the only commissioner that had to seek FPPC guidance on this project throughout the long period of time that this project application has been pending. At the time of that letter, I was subject to an existing leasehold interest which created a financial conflict of interest as indicated in the FPPC's opinion letter. The finding at that time compelled me to recuse from hearings related to this project because of a financial conflict. The letter also noted that the project would impact my use and enjoyment of my home. Since the time of that letter, my leasehold interest has expired and my tenancy is now on a month-to-month basis. Given the change in circumstances, I reconvened with the city attorney to assess the facts related to my participation. We spent many hours reviewing case law, ethical guidance, and the city's code of conduct for elected and appointed officials to make the most informed decision possible. I take my legal and ethical responsibilities seriously, as well as my role as a planning commissioner. My goal and intent is to make the best decision possible for the city I love and call home. After consulting with our city attorney and city clerk, and after countless hours of reviewing all pertinent laws, case laws, ethical standards, city policies, and weighing potential legal scenarios, I am recusing myself from this public hearing. The city attorney recommended this as the most prudent course of action, and after careful consideration, I concur with that recommendation. One of the many considerations that was made in this decision was that the Fair Political Practices Commission review of the facts. They found that the proposed project's unavoidable impacts would affect the use and enjoyment of my home and cited that as a reason that I could not participate in public hearings related to this project. My resident looks out onto the proposed project site, and as stated earlier, my residence is clearly depicted in project renderings that are provided in the staff report. The unfortunate reality is that my eligibility to participate in this hearing has become a distraction from the facts of this project. If I were to participate, no matter what decision I make, my participation would become an issue which would delay this process further and potentially subject the city to litigation. That is not beneficial to this process, the public, or this project. While I would have liked to participate to allow for more feedback, I am confident in this decision given the unique circumstances of this project and I am making this decision with the city's best interest at the forefront. Thank you.
And just a note for the record, so I want to be clear, Chair Carballero, you have recused from both items 10B and 10C, so that's both 8590 Sunset Boulevard and 8850, 8878 Sunset Boulevard, based on the statement you read into the record. Is that correct? And Commissioner Matos, the statement you just read into the record, just to be clear, is regarding item 10C, 8850, 8878 Sunset Boulevard, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I think at this time we have both recusals noted on the record, and I think Chair Carballero, if you want to depart from the dais for items 10B and 10C, and then Commissioner Matos, because your recusal is specific to 10C, you could stay for item 10B for the vote to continue that specific item.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
We could proceed, I think, if it's of the commission's.
Okay, go ahead. Well, okay, item. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and so I will turn it over to Acting Chair Lombardi for items 10B and 10C, and we'll note again at the start of item 10C, Commissioner Matos' recusal.
Thank you, Isaac Rosen. Okay, so item 10B, this is 8590 Sunset Boulevard, and I understand that this is a continuance request. Just for clarity's sake, this is a request to permit the replacement of on-site rooftop signs with a two-sided off-site traditional billboard sign for the property located at 8590 Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood, California. And we have a continuance, so I think that the request right now is to vote on that, but staff may have an update on the continuation date.
Correct. The agenda states a continuation date of May 2nd, 2024. However, it looks like we'll need more time, so we would ask the commission to continue it to May 16th, 2024.
Okay, great. So just to start, are there any questions of staff? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion?
So move.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue for May 16th, correct? Okay, let's call a vote.
Motion by Commissioner Matos, seconded by Commissioner Edwards. And the motion passes, noting 5 ayes. Chair Carballero recused from this vote, and Commissioner Jones absent. This item will be continued to March 16th, 2024 as a public hearing.
Mr. Gully, just a note, May 16th, 2024.
I'm sorry, May 16th.
Thank you. And then at this time, Commissioner Matos, you'll be recusing from item 10C, as previously stated. Now, would we like to take a break, or are we good to continue? Like, quick break? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? What do we need? 5 minutes? Okay, we're going to have a 5-minute break, and then we will start item 10C, 8850 Sunset Boulevard. Okay, if everyone could please get settled, we will recommence this Planning Commission meeting. And we're now going to start item 10C. This is a public hearing regarding a proposed request to redevelop a commercial site with an 11-story mixed-use hotel and residential development located at 8850 through 8878 Sunset Boulevard and 1025 through 1029 North Larrabee Street in West Hollywood, California. Now, before we get started, I do want to address one item in advance of this hearing, which legal will also advise on momentarily. I just want to let everyone know, yes, I have recused from this item during previous meetings. That was out of an abundance of caution, just in case. The reason why I recused was because I had done some work on other projects, not the project that we're looking at today, with members of that design team. The project teams have completely changed over the course of the last several years. The project has evolved, as we're seeing today. I have never been involved in this project professionally in any capacity as a design consultant, nor has this project ever been a source of income for me or my employer, ever. Furthermore, I have not worked with the current developer, the designers, or any of the project team members before. I do not know them. So with that being said, I wanted to start with that. Legal will advise more, but I guess is that the time you want to address that, or should we do ex parte disclosures first?
Sure, I'm happy to address it, Acting Chair Lombardi. So, and thank you. The City Attorney Office understands there may be additional questions from the public regarding Acting Chair Lombardi's participation on this item, as the Acting Chair just mentioned, and our office wanted to provide some additional facts on the record. So one, and to reiterate what Acting Chair Lombardi mentioned, his employer was never involved with the project under consideration this evening. The city received a March 2nd, 2023 FPPC advice letter, that's A23005, that looked at the relationship between Acting Chair Lombardi's employer and, quote, two companies involved in the project. Those two companies were Plus Development and Rockwell Group. Rockwell Group only advised the applicant on earlier iterations on the project and not this iteration. The FPPC advice letter analyzed the relationship between Acting Chair Lombardi's employer, Sean O'Connor Lighting, and the two consultants that at that time were engaged by the project applicant. Specifically, the FPPC advice letter analyzed Acting Chair Lombardi's business entity and source of income interest in his employer, Sean O'Connor Lighting. The FPPC advice letter did not suggest that either Plus Development or Rockwell Group were ever sources of income to Acting Chair Lombardi, or that Acting Chair Lombardi's employer ever worked on this project. Rather, two of the applicant's consultants had worked with Sean O'Connor on other unrelated projects at one time, and that was the source of the impermissible nexus identified in the FPPC letter. Both Plus Development and Rockwell Group have been off this project for over a full year. In response to follow-up by our office, Plus Development and applicant confirmed that on April 1st, 2023, Plus Development formally exited the project that is under consideration this evening. It is also our understanding that on that date, April 1st, 2023, the current consultant, MGMT Partners, withdrew from Plus Development, and the two parties agreed by contract that Plus Development would not be involved with this project at any time in the future. We also understand that they have committed their disengagement terms by contract and agreed to a non-compete clause. So there is certainty that Plus Development could not be engaged on this project in the future, and further, Plus Development reported that they have not invoiced employer Sean O'Connor for work on any other unrelated project or worked with Sean O'Connor on any projects since July of 2022. The project applicant's current consultant, MGMT Partners, has never done any business with Sean O'Connor, and Acting Chair Lombardi has confirmed he has no familiarity with any of the individuals involved with the company that is serving the applicant. The FPPC has found that when a financial interest is no longer relevant to the underlying decision, there is not a reasonably foreseeable financial effect. For instance, in a comparable set of circumstances in a 2016 FPPC advice letter, that's A16128, the FPPC determined that an indirect financial interest between a public official and a project architect was no longer, quote, reasonably foreseeable, end quote, after that architect ceased being involved with the project. The FPPC determined in that 2016 opinion that that public official could participate. And that decision provides very helpful guidance here, where the interests involved are even more attenuated. Finally, while the city disagrees with any assertion that Plus Development or Rockwell Group was analyzed by the FPPC as a source of income to Acting Chair Lombardi, no design or planning professional would be able to serve on a planning commission if the mere hypothetical possibility of future work with other firms or businesses in a related field disqualified that official's participation. A conflict analysis looks at concrete facts, and not only has Plus Development been off the project for more than 12 months, but Plus Development has not done any work with Acting Chair Lombardi's employer since July 2022, nearly 2 years ago. Most importantly, Acting Chair Lombardi reports that he does not see a conflict because he does not know the individuals representing the applicant now, and he and his employer have never done any work with them or their company. So he would have no benefit to himself or his employer professionally from his decision on this project. We hope these facts provide more information to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. So I know we have a lot of people here today, and I'd like to just give a really quick recap of what we're going to go through in order so that you understand the process here as a refresher for some and maybe a first for others. So first we will go through disclosures, and then there will be a staff report. Then after the conclusion of the staff report, commissioners will be able to ask questions of staff. Then we would have a design review or Sunset Arts and Advertising update on those committee meetings, which I'll clarify later. Applicant 10-minute presentation, and then after that we can ask questions of the applicant, commissioner questions of the applicant. Then public comment. The applicant will then be allowed to have a 5-minute rebuttal. And then after closing the public comment portion of the meeting, we will move on to deliberation, assuming there are no additional questions from the commission of staff or of the applicant. And with that being said, can we please start this meeting today with ex parte disclosures? Do any of my colleagues have any disclosures they would like to make on this item? I saw Commissioner Hoopengarner raise your hand.
I have none, but I would just like to suggest we remind folks that if they do wish to speak during public comment, that they fill out a speaker slip and hand it in to the staff. Thank you.
Commissioner Gregoire, do you have any disclosures?
Yeah, I did walk the project site, and I did talk to members of the public.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards.
I had a brief conversation with the representatives for the London Hotel based on the staff report, and had a brief exchange with the representatives for the project regarding the staff report.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a few disclosures as well. I also did visit the project site. Actually, I jogged to the project site and did a little walk. I also did have a brief meeting with the applicant's representative. We discussed matters that were included within the staff report, and I have had discussions with various community members since the publishing of the staff report on this item. Any other disclosures? Okay. So with that being said, I do want to help fill in a little bit more here. I know we have a lot of people here today. So before we jump into the staff report, I know that there's a lot of process here and there's a lot of people that want to speak today. So I just want to note that when we do get to the public speaker, public comment portion of this meeting, we really want to make sure that there's order and decorum here today. And why this is important is because we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to speak, and we also want to make sure that when someone is speaking, they don't feel that there is resistance or distraction, or for that matter, that someone feels like they cannot speak because they may have a different opinion than what other speakers have said thus far. So keep that in mind, and I'm just going to ask that everyone remain quiet, no clapping, please, no shouting. We're really going to hold to this tonight. I do not want to have to use this gavel, but I will if I need to, and will issue a warning if we need to. I want to make sure that everyone is comfortable coming up here and that we run this as efficiently as possible. so that there are no questions or unnecessary delays as we proceed. So with that being said, I'll recap this again when we get to the public comment portion, but let's start with the staff report now. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Chair Lombardi and Commissioners Edwards, Gregoire, and Hoopengarner. My name is Doug Vu, and I'm a planner with the city's Community Development Department. So I know that we have a lot to cover tonight, and I have about 15 slides in my presentation, so I will try to go through them as efficiently as possible and perhaps keep the staff presentation to 10 minutes. So with that said, oops. So the item before you is for the proposed redevelopment of a nearly 1 acre block on the south side of Sunset Boulevard between San Vicente Boulevard and Larrabee Street. The Planning Commission is being asked to consider and make a recommendation regarding several actions to the City Council for the project, which include the certification of the final environmental impact report, the adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and the adoption of findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations, an amendment of the Sunset Specific Plan to change the development standards that would accommodate the proposed project, the approval of a development agreement in conjunction with the required public benefits for the new development and the off-site advertising billboards, an amendment to the zoning map in conjunction with the development agreement for new development and off-site advertising billboards, and then finally, land use entitlements that include a demolition permit, development permit, conditional use permits, sign permit, administrative permit, and a vesting tentative map for the proposed project. Oops. So the nearly 40,000 square foot project site consists of 8 parcels, as I mentioned, located along the south side of Sunset Boulevard, that span the entire block and contain approximately 260 feet of street frontage along Sunset Boulevard and 154 feet along both San Vicente Boulevard and Larrabee Street. So this site slopes downward approximately 10% from Sunset Boulevard to the south and is currently improved with 4 1- and 2-story commercial buildings that are currently or were last occupied by administrative offices, personal services, restaurants, retail, and nightclub uses, including the Viper Room. So the subject site also includes a commercial parking lot that's located behind the buildings, and on top of the buildings are 3 roof-mounted billboards at the east and west corners of the property. The proposed project is located within the Sunset Boulevard commercial sub-area of the general plan, also known as the Sunset Strip. And as you all know, it's a renowned urban corridor with entertainment, restaurant, shopping, and hospitality destinations that attract visitors from around the country and abroad. The area surrounding the project site predominantly includes, commercial, retail, office, entertainment, and hotel buildings along Sunset Boulevard, and multifamily dwellings to the north and south of this corridor. So the project consists of an approximately 269,000 gross square foot mixed-use hotel and residential building, in which 228,000 square feet of that is located above grade, which results in a floor area ratio of 5.7. And it's located above an additional 96,000 square feet of underground parking and loading space within 5 basement levels. The building would contain 11 stories and be 160 feet in height to the main roof when measured from the lowest point of the site at the southeast corner, and 138 feet in height above the sidewalk at the northwest corner along Sunset Boulevard. The commercial component of the project consists of a luxury hotel with 90 guest rooms and accessory meeting and event rooms, personal services spa, a fitness room, hotel administration and service areas, and there are 5 restaurant and cafe spaces, a bar and lounge, and amenities that also include an outdoor pool and spa. And then in addition to that, there is a small neighborhood-oriented retail space. And obviously, there is also a space for the nightclub where the Viper Room will be located in the future. The residential portion of the project includes 78 total rental apartments, which consist of 62 market rate units and 16 affordable units, an amenity room, and an outdoor pool with terrace. I don't know why my presentation is advancing. So the residential portion of the project includes 78 rental apartments consisting of 62 market rate units and 16 affordable units, an amenity room, an outdoor pool with terrace. And to provide the needed vehicular parking, the proposed project includes 232 parking spaces on 4 of the 5 lower subterranean levels. So this is a section of the building, and to your left is Sunset Boulevard, and to your right is the south end of the site. So as you can see, the site slopes southward, approximately 10%, as I mentioned. And just really quickly, so I just want to run through the different types of uses within the building, beginning at the lowest floors. So at levels B5 through B2 are the underground parking spaces, residential storage rooms, hotel service areas, and the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing spaces, as well as the loading dock and long-term bicycle storage. So at level B1 are the hotel and residential lobbies, the hotel administrative offices, the fitness room, and the personal services spa, as well as the Viper Room nightclub. So this is a floor plan of that lower basement level. And the reason why I want to show this is because to address concerns regarding excess traffic on Larrabee Street, patrons of the hotel and the commercial uses, as well as residents and their guests, would enter the development project exclusively from a driveway at the building's first basement level located on Larrabee Street, which would include a dedicated drop-off and pickup area for the Viper Room upon entry, and then followed by a drop-off and pickup area for the hotel patrons, residents, and their guests, and then onto the exit to the right from the driveway solely onto northbound San Vicente Boulevard. The ramp down to access the parking spaces at the lower levels is located past the hotel and residential drop-off and pickup area, and the return ramp is located between these two drop-off pickup areas. So this is a floor plan for the first level, or the street level of the building. And it consists of the hotel lobby at Sunset Boulevard, which is connected to a breezeway to an outdoor publicly accessible terrace. Also on this floor are the hotel and restaurant spaces. And also the Viper Room lobby is located right here. And at the west end of the elevation of the building along San Vicente Boulevard is a native soil garden and observation area that is a required public benefit for the billboards that I'll describe later. So moving to the upper floors of the building, so from levels 2 through 6 are the residential apartments with private open space balconies. And as I mentioned before, there are 62 market rate apartments and 16 permanently affordable units. At levels 7 through 9 are the 90 hotel guest rooms. At level 10 is the hotel rooftop restaurant with outdoor dining and bar areas, hotel meeting and event rooms, and the hotel outdoor pool, spa, and terrace. And then at the top, level 11, is the residential amenity room, the residential outdoor pool and terrace, as well as additional building equipment spaces. And then finally, the roof will be a vegetated green roof, and the county-required emergency-only helipad would be located about 4 feet 10 inches above the main roof. So I want to speak a little bit about the billboard component of the project. So in 2019, the city adopted an innovative Sunset Boulevard offsite signage policy that is the first comprehensive policy update specifically for billboards, tall walls, and other types of creative advertising along the Sunset Strip, which is a major economic engine for West Hollywood with a long tradition of innovative and memorable signage. So this policy update realizes the city's longstanding vision to enhance, this unique traditions of Sunset Boulevard and to integrate these off-site signs within, into the context of the Strip. And so as a component of this development project, the proposed full motion animated and static billboards were granted an award through the city's Sunset Boulevard Design Excellence Program. So what you're looking at now is the west-facing billboard. Both of them are incorporated or integrated into the facades of the building. So this is the west-facing billboard. It's the full-motion animated billboard at the corner of San Vicente. And it measures about 70 feet in height by 28 and 6 inches in width. And it has a screen area of 2,000 square feet. So the east-facing billboard along Larrabee Street is a static billboard that measures approximately 40 feet high by 25 feet wide, and it has an area of 1,000 square feet. So these proposed billboards substantially meet the relevant standards under the Sunset Boulevard signage policy, but in cases where billboards don't strictly meet each development standard that's listed, a project can be reviewed and approved as an alternative project. In this particular case, these billboards exceed the sign area and are therefore being considered as an alternative project that, if approved, would require an extraordinary community benefit, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So at this time, I'd actually like to ask the city's architect and manager of the Urban Design and Architecture Studio to speak a little bit about the architecture and urban design for the project.
Good evening, Acting Chair and Commissioners. Rick Abramson, City Architect. I'm just going to say a few words and hit the highlights on the architecture and urban design aspects of the project. As Doug mentioned, we have a mixed-use proposal here. This is sort of the third iteration for this project. And what's sort of interesting about this project is the program stack, what we refer to as the arrangement of the mixing of the uses, because we have different ways to go about making mixed use. Sometimes it's a tower of residential and a tower of hotel, for example. In this case, the stack starts with commercial and hotel amenities on the ground floor, then has a cluster of residential units, then has a cluster of hotel, then it has a residential deck, and then has a hotel component at the very top. So it's an interesting vertical stack where there's an alternating program going up the building. And that sometimes makes it challenging from a circulation standpoint and program, but I think mostly it's resolved very well, and I think whatever is unresolved can be handled. There was several neighborhood meetings and earlier design review sessions in which the applicant took input from the public and from commissioners, and they've made some adjustments to the design. One of the bolder moves is introducing a full breezeway element down the center of the building along Sunset Boulevard. That was done ostensibly to sort of break up the full block experience and provide a sort of respite for pedestrians. It also becomes a social space for both the residents and the hotel guests to mingle. The space does continue from the Sunset sidewalk all the way to the rear of the property and ends in a sort of lounge space. As Doug mentioned, there was a rerouting of the driveway circulation, which I thought was a very positive move. Except for the trash and loading coming in and out on Larrabee, everything is moving east to west. All exiting is now on San Vicente, and all that's left is to reconcile the hotel to the south and the exiting from this project. There was also comments about the activation of the perimeter of the project, and the design team and applicant have relooked at the project and have sort of enhanced the full three sides that face out to the public right-of-way. So to the east would be the public realm enhancement component for the billboard is the proposed location. Along the frontage of Sunset is outdoor dining with the breezeway component, the Viper Room entrance. And then on Larrabee, there was an insertion of a small pocket retail space, which I think will help to activate that street a little bit. I think the only concern would be as if it falls too far south of Sunset, it would be more difficult to be successful to draw pedestrians from Sunset down. So I think that its location should be as proximate to Sunset as possible. The only other change on the south side is that in previous iterations, there was a full sort of landscape screen or buffer between this project and the hotel to the south, but that has been removed in this proposal. In terms of the upper levels, there's a series of undulating balconies that go around the full perimeter of the project, so both the hotel units and the dwelling units sort of become indistinguishable from one another. They sort of blend, and then there's a emphasis more on the building as an object, as a mass, as a form, as opposed to something that highlights or tells a story of its program mix, which was sort of the strategy of a previous scheme. Finally, a couple last comments. I think the projects that we often see that integrate housing tend to have many units that are similarly sized. I think one of the strengths of this project is it has a diversity of scale and size of the units, ranging from studios all the way up to 3-bedroom. It affords sort of a different mix of lifestyle and socialization, which I think could be quite good. The ones that we look at most closely are the studio units, because the smaller you get, the more important it is to focus on the layout and design. And I think overall the units are nicely laid out. There may be some minor adjustments needed on a couple of the studio units to ensure full accessibility. And then closing on the public realm enhancements, there was a lot of discussion about where they might go. In this case, the westerly face, I think, is a very good location for this. It does spring from Sunset and down the hill. And I think it sets up certain content that has a lot of potential. And ultimately, though, there may have to be some small adjustments, which I think are very doable to ensure that the full experience of this public realm is accessible to all at all parts of the experience. And then lastly, the billboard itself. You know, one of the things that we encourage with the billboard program in terms of design and creativity is that it reflects the sort of artful, different way of thinking about billboards. This is one of the first ones, I think the first one you're seeing, where we have a new building and a billboard at the same time. And I think they've integrated it very successfully. Apart from the lighting aspects and the size and the scale of it, just from an urban design standpoint, I think it's sort of embedded and taking on an undulating character of the overall architecture. So I don't think it overly competes with the architecture. And I think it, in a bookending way, even though you don't experience both sides at the same time, I think it works really well in terms of, from an urban design standpoint, how they've tied it in. So I'm sure there will be other questions throughout the night, and I will be available if any of them have to do with design. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. So for this proposed project, as I mentioned, the applicant is requesting an increase to the site's height and density, and the applicant is also requesting new billboards that would require placing the property into the city's development agreement overlay zone. And so in order to amend the specific plan and zoning map, the commission is being asked to make the finding that the proposed changes are consistent with the overall goals, objectives, and policies of the general plan and Sunset-specific plan. So the general plan's primary goal for the Sunset Boulevard commercial area is literally to maintain Sunset Boulevard as a regional, national, and international destination for entertainment and the primary economic engine of the city. The proposed project is consistent with this goal because it would redevelop an underutilized block with a mixed-use development that contains a diversity of uses, including a hotel, nightclub, restaurants, and neighborhood-serving retail that would both support daytime and nighttime populations, as well as residential dwelling units that would further revitalize the area. The architectural design and orientation of the building would also contribute to the activation of Sunset Boulevard and maintain its identity as an eclectic urban environment with varied building heights and architectural styles. In addition, publicly accessible elements such as an outdoor landscape terrace and the interactive native soil garden on San Vicente Boulevard would enhance the pedestrian experience along all three frontages of the project. And in doing so, the project would also support several other goals in the general plan that basically strive to maintain Sunset Boulevard, as I mentioned, to maintain a balance, mix, and distribution of land uses that would encourage development opportunities and mobility choices, that would provide for an urban environment that is scaled to the pedestrian, that would expand the city's tax base to support fiscal stability, and also to allow for increased density and height for projects that provide certain public benefits to the community. So the commission is also being asked to make a recommendation to the City Council regarding the adequacy of the environmental review and whether to certify the EIR for the project. So under CEQA guidelines, the term adequacy is defined as having the EIR having been prepared with a sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information that enables them to make a decision which intelligently takes into account all the environmental consequences. And the EIR process is designed to inform the public and the decision makers about potential impacts of a project and does not require a specific outcome, but does require that the city weigh the project against the project benefits against any potential significant impacts, along with any potential changes to the project that could reduce those benefits before making a final decision. So the EIR for this project evaluated environmental impacts related to categories or topics, including air quality, cultural resources, energy, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, noise, population and housing, public services, transportation, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems. So it's pretty comprehensive. But based on the analysis in the EIR, the implementation of the mitigation measures that are included in the proposed mitigation monitoring and reporting program would reduce impacts attributed to the proposed project to less than significant levels, with the exception of construction noise during the 2-month-long demolition phase of the project that would primarily affect the adjacent London Hotel, both at the project level and cumulatively. The draft EIR included the consideration of a range of reasonable alternatives to the proposed project that would potentially reduce or eliminate the project's significant environmental effects while achieving the project's objectives. And in the final EIR, an additional alternative, referred to as Alternative 4, reduced height and density, was introduced and is the project that's being requested for approval this evening. Since this alternative would generally be similar to the EIR proposed project, but modified to reduce the height and floor area and change the architectural design and vehicular circulation. The impacts for this particular alternative are generally reduced relative to those identified for the proposed project, and therefore it does not affect any of the impact conclusions within the draft EIR. So for a project that does have significant impacts, CEQA guidelines allows an agency to weigh the benefits against the environmental risks of the project. If the specific benefits outweigh the adverse effects, they can be considered acceptable. And so for this particular project, the benefits of the project would consist of the fact that this project would assist the city in achieving its regional housing needs allocation and is consistent with state and local policies for the development of housing. The project would provide community benefits through tax-generating uses, as well as the provision of monetary and in-kind benefits. The project would provide jobs within proximity to transit and improve the city's jobs-to-housing ratio. The project would enhance Sunset Boulevard as the highest intensity area of the city and is the place for this type of redevelopment. And finally, the project would contribute to local, regional, and statewide goals for sustainability and development. So earlier I talked about the public benefits of this proposed project. And so for this project, there are two sets of public benefits. One is required for the proposed development of the building, and the second is for the proposed billboards. And they are all spelled out in the staff report, and they're shown here, but just to summarize, in terms of like the financial contribution, for the public benefits policy component of the project, this project will contribute $17.8 million. And for the billboards, over the 30-year term of the development agreement, this project will contribute over $72 million to the city. So, in summation, this project at 8850 Sunset Boulevard, although it exceeds the currently permitted height and density and would result in the significant unavoidable construction noise impact, however, the project, as I mentioned, would redevelop an underutilized block along Sunset Boulevard with a thoughtfully designed building that would be constructed with high-quality materials and contain numerous uses that are prioritized in the city's general plan and Sunset-specific plan, in order to provide housing, employment opportunities, additional tax revenue that would contribute to, to this area of the city as the economic engine. The project would also revitalize an entire block in a highly desirable neighborhood, not only in West Hollywood, but in the Los Angeles region, and enhance the pedestrian experience along the boulevard by providing active ground floor uses, public open spaces, the project provides 78 units of housing, which is much needed within the city to help us achieve our regional housing needs allocation. And the project features 2 new billboards, which were approved as part of a program to revitalize the Strip, and as such will contribute to the city's unique and iconic identity and commitment to urban art. The heightened scale of the development would not be out of context or character with other nearby buildings, including the adjacent London Hotel, and as well as the future 9-story commercial development at 8920 Sunset Boulevard, which is commonly known as the former Arts Club project. So based on the information that was contained in the report and the attached exhibits, and subject to the findings and conditions in the draft resolution for the entitlements, staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council to certify the final EIR, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, amend the Sunset-specific plan and zoning map, and otherwise recommend approval of the necessary project entitlements for the 8850 Sunset Boulevard project. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Doug Vu. So now we can ask questions of staff, and I do want to encourage that we ask some questions of staff because I feel like some of this may be of use and pertinence for the public as well as they're thinking about public comments that they may want to make. Now, with that being said, before we get started, I do want to suggest an idea. We can discuss it if needed, but because there's a lot of content and material here, I think it would be helpful so that we don't get too hung up with one person speaking for too long or jumping through topics and then circling back on topics again if we try to organize things a little bit. So I'm going to make a suggestion here and let me know how you feel. If you're not comfortable with it, that's okay. You can just get your questions out. But I'm wondering if we could try to start with questions about the building and then questions about the design of the billboard and or the landscape program. And then if there's any specific questions about the resolutions and development agreements. And then lastly, the environmental impact report, if there's questions on that. If you all are okay with it, are there any questions about that first before we start? Does that work for you all? Yes, Commissioner Gregoire?
I'm okay not breaking it up. I think we can be able to, I think it's okay just to ask the questions that we have on all the various topics.
Okay, it would be my preference because there's so much of it, but let's hear what everyone else has to say.
Could you restate that order?
Sure. So building, billboard, and perhaps some of the landscape components, since there's a connection there. Then the develop agreements and public benefits. And then lastly, the environmental impact report. They're just suggesting a way where we can sort of cycle through, because otherwise I think we're all going to be talking for a long time and might want to break.
I personally would support your suggestion. Okay. Might even go further and say that the resolutions might be broken down a bit because we have a development agreement and a development permit that have a lot in each piece. And maybe we wouldn't have to discuss the resolution relating to the FEIR. We would keep that with the FEIR discussion. But at least those two, I don't know, they're exhibits C and I forget, would be just another way to just break that resolution portion down. But I would agree with
okay. Well, we could always start with one and see how people feel. Okay, so there's a little bit of hesitation here. Commissioner Edwards, how do you feel about trying to channel our topics? Oh, no. You okay? All right, we'll give it a try, but Commissioner Gregoire, you're of course welcome to, you can bring up anything at any time. I don't want to feel like we're too rigid on this. Okay, then in that case, questions of staff. Do we want to start with the building? Does anyone want to discuss questions or items related to the building? Of course, keep in mind that the applicant may also be best equipped to answer certain questions as they're asking those. Anyone want to go first? I'm not going first. No? Nothing? Nothing about the design? Okay. No? Commissioner Hoopengarner?
I have a couple.
Okay.
If you could pull up the plans to that first floor, Doug. I'm trying to understand where one of the public benefits is going to be located. It's in the, we're going to skip around, but it's in the development agreement that a music history gallery is going to be provided. But I couldn't find that on the plans. Can you point it out to me?
Yes. So I'll try to pull up the plans as soon as I answer this question. So thank you for your question, Commissioner Hoopengarner. So the music history room would basically be at the street level, level 1. So the room that's currently labeled Viper Room Sunset Lobby, that would be the room where the music history gallery would be.
So can you pull up the map just so everybody can see what we're talking about? So it's on Sunset, it's the room called the Viper Room Lobby, and is that like 800 some square feet?
Correct, that is the square footage.
Okay. So while you're looking for the artwork, I have a question for legal about that. Can we have a tenant interior space be considered a public benefit?
Commissioner Hoopengartner, a tenant interior space is the question?
Well, it's part of the Viper Room's tenant space. They're paying the rent for the space. It's their lobby. All the guests will come in through that lobby. Is there a precedent for having a tenant improved and tenant rented space as part of a public benefit?
And I will turn it over to Mr. League, who's here and who can speak to the development agreement terms.
Brian League with the Property Development Division. My understanding is that the tenant space had hours after 5 p.m. And so the public benefit is the space is open to the public from noon to 5 p.m. So the tenant lease started at 5 p.m. and the benefit is that it's open from 12 to 5 p.m. and that's how that public benefit was calculated.
But
Okay, I want everyone to make sure that we stay quiet. Let's let us proceed. Thank you.
So, but my question is, do we have a precedent of having a private tenant space being considered a public benefit?
I don't know if we have a precedent, but the space is open to the public during those hours.
Okay.
That would be my comment.
Okay. As relates to the building, and are we doing landscaping with this or with billboards? I'm confused.
I mean, you're welcome to, but I thought we would start with building and that kind of stuff and then go to billboard and landscape and then get into some of the documents.
Okay. I think a lot of my building questions are for the architect, so we'll leave that. The rooftop, the rooftop residential amenity space, do we know what that is to be used for? It's about 50% of the rooftop space? That, yes, thank you, that.
So the residential amenity room, I think that the applicant would be best suited to answer that question.
Okay. I guess, all right, we'll follow up with that later. I'll save the landscaping questions for the billboard.
Okay. Anyone else have questions relating to the building? I do have a few.
This is the building?
Yes. Commissioner Gregoire, please.
Could you speak to the parking in the building? I think there's 232 spaces. My understanding is that they are complying with the minimum standards. Is that correct?
Yes. So the parking calculation, there is a table on page 11 of the staff report. And so that table indicates that the total parking requirement for the commercial component of the project is 148 spaces. And for the residential component, because this building is providing affordable housing, state law allows the project to provide a reduced parking ratio. And so the parking ratio that is indicated in this table utilizes that provision.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to clarify the impact of the affordable housing on the numbers. Thank you.
Commissioner Edwards?
Clarifying question. When you said the building, and then you also separated the IR.
Billboard and landscape, yeah.
Yeah. Because he asked about parking, so I thought, can I ask about
Yeah,
traffic, or should I wait till later?
Yeah, I think so. I think the traffic and how that flows, yeah, it makes sense how it relates to the building.
Okay. So my question is about ingress and egress Larrabee versus San Vicente versus Sunset. Why not Sunset?
So, since Sunset Boulevard is a pedestrian corridor, you know, the city tries not to introduce new driveways along Sunset Boulevard so as not to negatively impact the pedestrian corridor.
Any other questions, Commissioner Edwards? Commissioner Hoopengarner, did you have more questions?
I do have more if you want to go ahead, though.
Okay, I'll ask a couple just to give you a quick break. While we're talking about this, I do have a question as well. So I didn't think about this until Commissioner Edwards just brought this up, but if the park, I'm just curious if you have a point of view or if you can clarify some of this for me. If, let's say that there were drop-off parking at the front of the building, then obviously some of the structure would probably have to push back, right? Are we built, how much further back can the structure go toward the property line on the southern portion? Or is it already maxed out? I didn't check that before, admittedly. I'm trying to understand what that might mean for building orientation or placement. Can it be built further south?
So if you are asking about space for drop-off and pickup and shared vehicles.
If that could be, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that the project's architect can speak to this, but part of the reason why this circulation pattern was designed the way that it is was to allow vehicles to basically queue within these dedicated lanes. So not only do they serve as, you know, pick up and drop off, you know, for residents, but also for shared drive vehicles and that type of use. And so I think that the applicant would be able to provide more detailed information as to how many cars could queue within these areas in order to minimize or prevent any sort of queuing and congestion onto Larrabee.
Okay. Just to clarify my question, I was wondering, is it feasible that drop-off zones, et cetera, in the southern portion aside, can the building be built up closer to, where's the property line on here? I guess I'm wondering, if that wasn't a drop-off zone, could the building be built further south, is my question? Or are they already maximizing their available area?
So the property, the southern property boundary is this dashed red line.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, as it's currently designed right now, the dedicated driveway for the commercial and service vehicles is basically situated right up against that property line.
So if there was no driveway there, they could build further south?
I would imagine so.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, can I just chip in here and follow up on your question so we keep
sure.
it together? Can we follow that through down to the next level and look at the loading zones? Because I think at some point it references that there's 3 loading zones, but I only see 2 that are truly accessible. So can you explain that?
Yes, thank you. So, so the plan identifies 4 loading spaces. So you have 1 right here, 2 next to each other, and then perpendicular are the other 2 loading spaces.
But how can you have 4 trucks in that configuration and still get in and out?
So I believe these sort of lines indicate the backward or the rear movement of the vehicles so that they would be able to enter as well as exit using this lane right here.
But if there's 2 trucks in those left side spaces, how does someone back up into it in order to exit?
I see. I believe, and perhaps additional information can be provided, but I believe there is sufficient room for vehicles to back up, even if all 4 of those loading spaces were occupied because of the amount of area in this area right here.
I don't believe that's what the diagram says, but we can follow up on that.
Sure.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to tag team on your question.
Oh, okay. great. I do have a question also relating to parking, actually. So, and I know some of this might relate to the agreements too, but just to understand from a functional standpoint, the idea right now is for the inclusionary housing that a ratio of parking equal to the allocated parking for all housing is applied, right? So in theory, we don't have a parking space for every inclusionary unit because we're allocating half a spot per studio, so one would get one and one would not. We can maybe talk about that, but I just want to confirm that's the current setup with this design, as you understand.
So basically, the parking ratio that's used right now is 1/2 of a space per bedroom.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have relates to fire lanes and that sort of setup and management. Has that been addressed? I'm trying to understand how that relates to this design. I did not see too much of that in the documentation. Where are we with that? What's the plan, and does this work?
So this project has gone through several rounds of development review within the city, but that also includes LA County Fire. And LA County Fire has provided the applicant with comments, but I believe that those comments would be fully addressed, during the plan check stage of the project. But I think that it was important for the applicant to understand, what the regulations and provisions are, so that would inform them as they move forward with the process.
Is there a need for a fire lane or anything that might not be on the plans right now? Like where does that stand?
I don't recall. I would have to take a look at some of the previous
Okay. Maybe you can
plans
come
and
back to that
documents.
one. Okay. And maybe the applicant knows something too. Any other questions relating to the building? Chair, wow. Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Thank you. Can we go to the breezeway on level 1?
Absolutely.
So this is another one of the public benefits, is that the public will have access to this space, correct?
That is correct.
Now, in a number of the documents, I read differing data. In one document, I believe it was the FEIR, it said that this would be available to the public from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. But then in the actual development agreement, it says that it's only available to the public from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., which is correct.
I believe it's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. because that was basically the terms that were negotiated between the city and the applicant.
And is there a particular reason why it would be closed at 3 p.m.?
I'm going to ask Brian Lee to answer that question.
That was the agreement we made with the applicant during the negotiations. I don't have any specific more comment at 3 p.m., but the Viper Room space was open till 5 p.m., so that was the discussion we had with the applicant. And
So are they tied to each other in some way?
The Viper Room is a separate public benefit, and the public benefit for this had a 3 p.m. close.
Okay. Doug, if you got computer problems, can we get the picture back up?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
I guess one of my questions is that there are, by my count, 3 restaurants and/or cafes surrounding that breezeway, which presumably will have outdoor seating for their cafes. And so my question is, where would the public be seating if they're not going to be allowed to sit in the space assigned to the restaurants and the cafes?
So the outdoor seating that's shown in that outdoor terrace area, and I believe that the applicant can confirm what I'm about to say, but those seating areas are for the public. The outdoor seating for the restaurants, so for instance, restaurant number 3, that outdoor seating would be along the front of the building, along Sunset Boulevard.
But the two that are on the back in the breezeway are going to have no outdoor seating?
Like I said, I think that the applicant can make a confirmation.
Okay. Because I didn't, again, see that addressed in the development agreement. If those spaces got carved out for the restaurants, there wouldn't be any space left for the public. So I'd like to get some clarification around that. Because also in there it says that there's an area specification of 4,400 square feet of rentable space. And perhaps Brian can explain what that is, which it says has a 50% utilization.
And you're looking at the public benefits is the, could you repeat the specific question?
Specifically in the development agreement on page 62.
Right.
It refers to this area and it says area specification, 4,400 square feet of rentable space. And then it goes on to say that there's a 50% utilization, but it wasn't really clear 50% utilization by whom, for what purpose?
I assume it's the public. It's in the public benefits section, but we could have the applicant clarify that.
And what is the 50% based upon? Is the 9 to 3 the 50%, or?
It's 50% of the space during that 9 to 3 period.
So we're back to our question about the seating for the restaurants and what's available to the public.
Correct.
So perhaps we need some clarity around that. Okay. I didn't see any discussion as to events in that space and or noise amplification. Throughout, and we're kind of jumping around, but it's this space, throughout the FEIR, the only discussion of operational noise related to the rooftops and to the Larrabee side, but I didn't see any discussion of any noise from this open breezeway, which would point towards the London. And, you know, looks like a lovely space. Looks like it would be perfect for a Sunday afternoon wedding or something. But I didn't see in all of my 15,000 pages of reading any discussion about whether events would be allowed in that space, whether noise amplification would be allowed in that space. If so, would it be limited? When I read the mitigations relating to noise, I think it was 6 and 7, they only related to the rooftops. So I'm just trying to better understand the utilization of the space, the noise impacts of the space, and how it integrates into the whole project.
Is there an answer to that question, or we need to?
I'm sorry. The question is how is the outdoor space addressed in terms of usage and hours and amplification of sound and so forth?
Are events allowed in that space?
Are events allowed?
And if so, will they be allowed to have amplified noise in that space? And if so, with what limitations, with what hours? And if someone wanted to hold a private event in that space during the public benefit hours, all of the things related to an event in that space, if somebody wants to have a Saturday noon wedding in that space, would they be allowed to do that and impinge upon the public's benefit of using that space?
My assumption, the space is open to the public from 9 to 3 p.m. The 50% is the base valuation of what percentage of that space would be public versus residents, guests of the property. The use of it, I think that's something that needs to be negotiated between, or specified between the city and the property developer, property owner at this time.
So it is not in any of the agreements at this point?
It is not correct. It's not at this
Okay.
point.
So that's a to-do. Thank you. All right. Let's move
Should
on.
we move on
I'm
to the
sure
billboard?
I'll find some more.
Yeah, let's, so do we have any questions relating to the billboard? No? No?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hoopengartner?
Well, the billboard and the landscaping. So I'm
Yeah.
assuming the public benefits
Yes.
analysis and the
The
what is
benefit
it?
associated with the billboard, right?
Right.
The educational component.
Right. It's the public realm. I did public benefits and public realm. I've got to sort out. You know what? I'm going to probably ask most of these of the architect because there just seems to be some disconnects
Sure.
in between the renderings and the plans. Yeah, I'll save those for the architect. Thank you.
Anyone have questions about the billboard or the associated design components with that? Commissioner Edwards? No? Commissioner Gregoire? I do have just one or two questions. One relates to, because it's included in the billboard presentation, there's these sort of fin elements that are shown on the underside of, or underbelly of the building. So those are not part of the billboard, right? They can't be color coordinated and tied to the advertising components that are occurring? Is that your understanding of the design?
So, Vice Chair Lombardi, are you referring to?
Right there, you can see it.
Yeah.
Just
so
a little
actually,
bit.
these sort of like ribbons that extend horizontally off to the side, they are actually part of the sign area for the billboard.
How about the fins that are under the canopy of that first floor level, those horizontal pieces?
No. This element, that's part of the architectural lighting for the project.
So your understanding is they can't relate to each other, or they wouldn't be, if someone were doing an ad campaign, they wouldn't be dictating what happens down there?
That is my understanding. I mean,
okay.
This is the,
yes.
this canopy, it's part of the architectural lighting for the building, and is not, by definition, part of the sign area for either of the two billboards.
Okay, has there been precedent before where in one of these projects a color scheme can be picked as part of advertising, or is it just, that's, like how do we, because I'm looking at this rendering and it looks like it's all part of the advertisement.
Is it variable or is it fixed?
I believe it's variable.
Okay.
And that's a great question. You know,
Yep.
then can it be adjusted to tie to the advertising? Or can there be a Gucci ad up there and then Christmas red and greens and Hanukkah blues and silvers across there that have nothing to do with it? And is there any limitation?
Okay,
So-
probably questions for the applicant, but
Well, it would be part of the DA.
okay, yeah. What's in the DA currently?
I could speak to the precedent that you mentioned. Have there been other projects that have this similar type of non-billboard light or features? And we have specifically not allowed them to coordinate those and must be separate from that. What I'm also hearing is that, and the applicant should speak more to this, but that the coloring is fixed on those pieces and it's not easily changeable.
Okay, thank you. I'm also curious because I saw some of this come up in public comments. Have you looked at limiting the billboard hours considering the adjacency of the elementary school?
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, could you repeat that question?
Have you looked at limiting or making any modifications to the billboard operating hours as it relates to the elementary school that I believe is very close by with maybe even less than 500 feet?
To my understanding, no.
Okay. Any other questions relating to billboard project and public realm?
Yes, I'm going to tie it back to building two. In the development agreement on page 34, there is a section called minor changes. And in it, it states that the city manager, with discussion with city attorney and the director of community development, could increase this building size subsequent to any approval done tonight and with city council up to 7% in additional floor area of up to almost 16,000 square feet and or 11.3 feet. Is there a particular reason that these plans don't reflect the requirement for that additional 11 feet? And what would that do to the analysis, to the FEIR, to any related public benefits calculations? And why is it needed to, I mean, by my measure, 11 feet is an entire another story. So to have the city manager effectively with the stroke of a pen add another story, I'm trying to understand why staff has included that in the development agreement, because that seems a little substantial.
Sure. So Commissioner Hoopengardner, I think there are some limitations associated with, for instance, environmental impacts and some other restrictions under 621.2, just to ensure that there are those designations that constitute a minor change, but a minor change would not be deemed minor if that change, for instance, required additional subsequent or supplemental environmental review or otherwise altered some of the fundamentals of the project. So I believe that in that instance, should there be a proposal, our office, along with the Community Development Department and requisite departments, would look at if there was a change, and the city manager also and the staff empowered to look at those minor changes would, of course, also have the discretion to bring it back if it was a significant change outside of those limitations that are set forth in the DA.
But if the city manager deemed that there weren't any impacts, the city manager would be allowed to add 11.3 feet to the height of this building.
So this is just the development agreement. So the development agreement can be shifted to accommodate additional height if that's where the project ends up going, but that doesn't change the entitlements. So the entitlements would have to go through the same amendment process that they would with absent a development agreement, which we've talked about before here, but there are two different processes. One is for a minor amendment, which is handled at the staff level by the director, and there are specific criteria in the zoning ordinance that set forth what can be a minor amendment and what needs to be a major amendment. And then a major amendment would go back to the decision makers, the planning commission or the city council. And so if there, again, that those go back also to any changes to the environmental findings, any changes to the findings on which the decision makers base their approval, any change to, a significant change to the design, a significant change to the uses in the property, and so forth. So it's two different processes. This one just speaks to adjusting the development agreement without having to go back through the legislative process to amend the development agreement. Does that make sense?
Actually, no.
Okay. So, sorry.
Well,
So
because,
go ahead. The development agreement is it's an agreement between the property owner and the city. It spans for 30 years, okay? And it is adopted by ordinance, so it's a legislative document. It has a lot of process that goes through to be adopted. For a major change to the development agreement, it needs to go back through that legislative process and be adopted by ordinance again. This section of the development agreement allows that there may be some changes that don't need to go back through that legislative process, that the development agreement can accommodate small changes to the project, and we've capped it at that 7%. If that change is made, then we would go back and amend the entitlements as well. And that has its own process. And that's similar to other projects that we've seen that have come back for amendments through this planning
When you
commission.
say come back, though, are they coming back to the public and to this body, or are they coming back to the city manager to add 11 feet to the building?
So the development agreement would go through the city manager process, but the entitlements, again, would go back to the 5 criteria that there are in the zoning ordinance that apply to all entitlement projects with or without a development agreement. The development agreement creates the framework that this process is done within, and then those entitlements exist within that process, and then they have their own amendment process. I know it's very complicated, I'm sorry. But so it would have the same threshold of criteria for any other project on whether it would come back to the Planning Commission for any changes.
I guess my concern is that we're talking about a pretty substantive change to the project. And first of all, I don't even understand why the development agreement would need to address these changes if it's got to come back through the public process no matter what. Is this just allowing that if they want an additional 50 square feet of FAR, it's okay?
It's saying that if they do anything that's within these criteria, the development agreement only would not have to go back through the legislative process, would not have to go back to Planning Commission and then City Council, have a second reading, have a referendum period, and so forth. It wouldn't have to do that whole process. The development agreement on its own could be amended by the city manager within these parameters. That doesn't speak to whether the project changes are approved. That's separate.
Okay, because the language further on down speaks to, and this is a question for legal, that an increase in the number of market rate residential units by more than 5 units, a decrease in the number of market rate units by more than 2 units, provided that the floor area for all affordable units shall not be less than 20% of the floor area of all market rate units. Now, does the Affordable Housing Act rule here? Because everything there has to be done on unit count, not percentage of floor area. And so I'm seeing a little bits and bobs, and it doesn't seem to add up.
The intent of that provision is that the development agreement's consistent with our inclusionary ordinance for 20%. This isn't a Housing Accountability Act project, so some of those standards that we generally see at Planning Commission don't apply, but the purpose of the DA term still is that the provision for housing is consistent with our own local ordinance. And to Ms. Alkire's point, should there be a major amendment to one of the land use entitlements, including associated with the housing, then that would be something that through the entitlement process, like any other project, including those that don't have DAs, would come back to the Planning Commission if it rose to that degree of difference.
Okay. And if we could go to paragraph D in that section, it says, a change of more than 5 keys is a minor change.
That
It
appears
looks
to
like
be a
it's
typo,
backwards to
so
me.
I appreciate you pointing that out. I think that was just, there's too many double negatives happening, so yes, we will correct that. It is meant to be a change of more than, or increase or decrease of more than 5 units would be a major change, not a minor change.
I think.
Okay, thank you. I stared at that multiple times and I could not understand it.
And just to go back really quickly to the inclusionary 20%, just to note that for this project, there is a provision in the code that for certain projects, it can be 20% of the floor area, not 20% of the unit count, and that's what this project has used. That's why it used that parameter.
Okay. Okay. Sorry to beat this to ground, but this seems very important to me. This 11 stories has got me a little, or 11 feet has got me a little thrown, okay? So, back to the public benefits, and it's all based upon a unit count and, you know, number of rentals and the cash flow benefits of all of that. If that 11 feet is added, it goes back through the entitlement process and a new but see, this is where it gets confusing. The public benefits are part of the development agreement, okay? And so if you're saying it wouldn't trigger any changes to the public benefits and the development agreement, this is my confusion. You're talking about a situation where you're adding an entire floor. And by my math, you know, if that's condos at today's market rates, that's $60 million in retail value of those condos. So why wouldn't we ask that if you're going to add 11 feet to the building that we would require a recalculation of the public benefits and you know, the residual land value, and why would we exclude that opportunity given that the developer is presumably getting a huge benefit from another 11 feet, and there would be no opportunity to renegotiate this development under this language?
Your comments are noted. I mean, it's the 7% is the governing. There cannot be an increase in floor area by more than 7%. So are they going to add another floor and decrease the floor plates? I recognize your comment and something that would be addressed during the entitlement. Can we get an additional public benefit? Only if it's a major change. And I think that's what we would have to determine during this process.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is, okay, so 11 feet could be added, but the floor area could not go up by more than 7%. So there's other limiting factors that cap things out.
No, you can do both. It says 15 feet.
You could do both, but
you can do 15,000 square feet and 11 feet.
But you can't go above. You cannot go above 7% of the floor area. So you could add a floor, but you couldn't add more than a certain amount of area, regardless of adding a floor.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Sorry to interject.
No, that's great.
I know Commissioner Edwards has a question, or it looked like Commissioner Edwards has a question.
Yeah, I still don't have an understanding of Commissioner Humagarner's question, is that if we make that change, do we recoup that benefit? And can we add that to development agreement, whereby if they do get more, it's 1-to-1, we get more?
It would have to be determined a major change to renegotiate the terms in the development agreement.
And so by definition, you've got this in the minor change section. So 11.2 feet is a minor change, and therefore there would be no amendments to the development agreement, and there would be no amendments to the public benefits. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. We have conveniently and efficiently slid into questions about development agreements, which is great. We're moving along. I'm curious if anyone else has questions. Commissioner Gregoire, did you have questions?
Yeah, the 7%, is that a fairly standard in development agreements?
I don't have an answer for you.
Is that what was negotiated, or is that typically what's negotiated?
I think that was negotiated.
And thank you. That was one of my other questions. Do we have a precedent for this? Do we have any other development agreements where this language has been included?
I would say it's been a while since we've done a development agreement for a new building or project like this, but in previous ones that I've seen from, a number of years ago, it was tagged to 10%, so this is less than that in terms of a minor change.
Other questions, Commissioner Gregoire? Commissioner Edwards?
Yeah, just another follow-up question to the whole 7%, 10%. Sorry we're beating this to death, but as a newer commissioner, this whole concept is new to me, so I'm trying to wrap my brain around it. And so I guess a more precise question, from my understanding, is when we had 10%, how do we arrive at that formula? Was there like a very intentional, conscious conversation to arrive at that, whereby it balances the needs of the developer and what they're trying to achieve versus what the city, not even versus, but it's got to be something that works well together, that they achieve the outcome that they're trying to achieve within what we all agreed to. And you do have to have some flexibility, because what we know today is not going to be what we know today as soon as we start breaking ground. So I understand the need for flexibility, but simultaneously, it just curious as to how we came up with the 10%, then go back to the 7%, and how does that benefit the public?
I'll address your question. That the development agreement is a 30-year document that tries to create some flexibility. The entitlement for this project, it needs to be structurally building permit issued within a 8-year period. Market conditions might change. If the project does change and it has a higher mix of housing and less hotel units, hotel keys, it has to come back to this body for the new entitlement. And the development agreement is providing an envelope for those changes, if there are such changes in the future.
And I would just add that, we can talk about this more in deliberation, because this is starting to get into moving the project, but this is something that we can reduce down. We can go to 5%. We can talk about what that looks like once we get a little bit more into deliberations.
Sure, I wanted to understand the process and all the bits here. I'm going to zig again, if you don't mind, back to the building.
Yeah, of course, we can be flexible.
Doug, back to, I guess, a rendering of the south side.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, the rendering of what?
The south side.
South side.
I think you were there. That's.
Is that acceptable?
That'll do for now. So this is just a comment about the design here, and I appreciate the courtyard business, but my question to staff is, these units stare right into each other's bedrooms. So pretty much they have to have their curtains closed all the time. Importantly, when I go through the plans, 70% of the inclusionary housing is in this space, in those units where their bedrooms are exposed to everybody. So I'm asking, is that sort of, we talked back at design review about originally this was all in one floor and it was a poor floor, and we're still in a bit of a poor floor situation, and I don't know if housing is here to speak to the decisions about why those particular units were called out as inclusionary, and can speak to why they're the ones that are in this courtyard area?
I think the goal was to distribute the units throughout, the different areas of each floor. But if the commission believes that, more of them are concentrated along the south-facing interior courtyard, I believe that that's something that you could recommend or require the applicant to revise.
Well, if you go to the plans for level 2, our infamous discussion of this afternoon on the phone, and you look at those inclusionary units, I believe 4 of them are on that interior courtyard. And as you go up, again, 70% by my calculation are on this interior courtyard.
So make sure, are you asking questions?
Yeah, the question is, you know, what does housing have to say about that? And is this, you know, back to they're supposed to be evenly distributed, is this considered evenly distributed?
So we can check in with housing. I do believe that they've signed off on this configuration, but we can also hear from the applicant when the architect is able to speak, and they might be able to shed light on how they've addressed that issue, because I know a lot of times there are ways to avoid, you know, it seems like you can look right in, but it doesn't end up that way. So we'll let them speak to that issue. We can come back to it. And again, like Doug said, if there's a recommendation to reconfigure or take another look at that, redistribute in some way, we can certainly address that in deliberation.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on.
Yeah, any questions about the agreements, or otherwise questions about the final EIR? Anyone have questions on the final EIR for staff?
Well, definitely development agreement and
okay.
Sure. Sorry, I know this is going to take a long time, and I hope everyone has patience, but I want to bring these questions out.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that everybody has.
I'm sorry, but everyone needs to be quiet. I want to make sure we move this meeting along, and also please ask questions.
Yes.
I just want to keep us going.
Yep. So, all right. The development, let's finish with the development agreement since we've touched on that a lot, okay? On page 35, on major changes, can you define what landmark quality is? Because I didn't see it in any of the definitions. And this is saying that a major change is something that materially changes the architecture, design, or materials of the project as provided for in the project entitlement, such that the project would no longer be considered to be a landmark quality.
Well, if there are major changes, we would bring it back to through the entitlement process, design review, and that determination would be made if it's landmark quality or not. And the definition of that, I mean, it's subjective, and I think we would know it when you see it.
Okay, I'll let the lawyers talk about know it when they see it definitions. In page 15, it refers to the specific plan as being intended as a gathering place. I believe it's towards the top of the page. This is a minor comment, but again, we're being asked to make findings that these things are all ready for prime time, and it doesn't make any sense. Maybe what you intended to say there is that the Sunset Boulevard is intended to be a gathering place, or the breezeway is meant to be a gathering place, but the specific plan is a specific plan. It's not really a gathering place, so I'm wondering what the intent of this phrase was.
We can clarify that and bring it back.
Okay. Moving right along. On the development agreement. This is a question for legal. On page 3, the development agreement does not adversely affect the comfort, and this is a finding we're being asked to make, does not affect the comfort, health, peace, or welfare or valuation of property of persons residing or working in the vicinity of the proposed development. So my question to you is, this is in the development agreement, and not in the permits, right? This is saying that the development agreement itself won't inversely impact people? Or is it encompassing the underlying project that's being approved as relates to this development agreement?
It's a good question, Commissioner Hubengardner. It's specific to the development agreement. The findings come from our code and state law, and it's specific to the development agreement, although those findings often look familiar to other types of findings you may make specific to land use entitlements.
Okay, so to be very clear on this, there's no impacts to the community health and well-being from the development agreement itself, notwithstanding the underlying project.
It relates to, I mean, the development agreement is regarding the proposed development, but the finding here is specific to the development agreement findings.
Okay, thank you. On page 4, it speaks about, in item number 2, a lease agreement. But I couldn't find a lease agreement anywhere else in the development agreement, and I didn't understand what this relates to.
Commissioner Hubengardner, this is a comment that was also raised to staff by the applicant. I believe that it was not intended to be in this resolution.
So there is no lease agreement?
There's no lease agreement, right? Yeah. That's my understanding. There is no lease agreement.
Okay, let's move on to the good bits. Back to our music history gallery, which has been valued in the development agreement at $4.9 million. Now, this is, as we identified earlier, the lobby, right? And will the applicant not normally have to, develop their lobby and decorate it and do things so that when people come in, it looks nice?
My understanding, the valuation was based on operating the space over the 30-year period during that time frame from 12 to 5 p.m.
Okay, so that $5 million is the operating cost for keeping it open from noon to 5?
Over the 30-year period.
Over the 30 years?
Yes.
Okay. Does that involve any curation costs? Is it, because I didn't see anything in the development agreement that says they need to update that exhibit on a quarterly, semi-annual, annual basis. Is it just they put some platinum records on the wall on year 1 and it stays that way for 30 years? Or is there any agreement to truly make it a history gallery museum and actually curate exhibits?
It's part of the nightclub, the Viper Room, and it's part of their business plan, and I'm certainly they'll be updating it through the life of the development agreement. No, but we have no requirements that they curate it. That's the value of operating the space over the time frame.
Okay.
And Commissioner Hubengardner, just a note on that, just for reference, that provision under 3 references to the point Mr. League made that the gallery shall be financially responsible for programming, curating, and staffing, including maintenance, opening, closing, installation, cleaning, etc. So I think that distinguishes in terms of sort of the city's responsibilities versus those that are
and I appreciate that, but that wasn't my question actually, because I saw that they have to pay for whatever gets done. My question is, what gets done and how often? If this is supposed to be an attraction and a benefit to the community, how often does it have to be updated? It's only 800 square feet. So how often does it need to be made something unique and interesting that people could go visit? That's the question. And I didn't see that anywhere in the agreement.
You're correct. It's not in the agreement.
Okay. If the Viper Room closes and this no longer exists, are there any components to this agreement that somehow rebalances or recoups the public benefit to the city?
They would be in default and we would have an opportunity to address that during the default.
Okay, so all right, I want to, and that's in the language that if it closes, it's in default, because I didn't see that.
If the benefit's not available, they're in default.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we went through the minor changes, we went through the major changes. I think that's my development agreement questions.
Does anyone else have questions on the agreements for staff right now? Clarifications? No? I do have one. I think it was page 35. Let me check. I know that as part of the, I guess my question, and if this is the right resolution that I'm referring to, but the whole idea with these projects and development agreements is that there would be a minimum maintained amount of occupied space. That was, part of the goal, that we wouldn't wind up with buildings that were underutilized, that were basically vessels for advertising and not actually functioning and serving the city, and also that it would help encourage, accessible rates for tenant improvement spaces and general vitality of the city. So I see that there's reference to the hotel occupancy, but I didn't see any reference to maintaining a 50% occupancy of the rentable spaces in the property, which is something that has been included in all the projects that we've been looking at to date. Does that need to be added? Is that there? Can you help me find it or clarify why it's not there?
We were addressing the functional occupancy, so it looked like an occupied property, and so we targeted the hotel, but if you want to specify residential units, we can do that as well, if you want to make that recommendation.
My concern is restaurants. Well, I want to make sure I'm asking questions. Restaurants are hard to operate, so my question is, it's possible that we could put in a requirement that we could modify that so it's more in alignment with some of the other agreements that we've seen. I'm just wondering why it's missing, right? So I just want to flag that.
So the hotel included the restaurants. That was part. It's the commercial hotel space that had to be occupied at the 50% level over. But if you want to address it with the residential, we can do that.
Okay. Let me just double check. I think that was the only question I have right now. Oh, one other question. So jumping to the, I guess it would be relating to signage. The design is not showing any operator logos, but I don't think that there's anything that notes that there are no operator logos or anything that memorializes that, because the design right now is a very fluid design that's part of the skin of the building essentially. So I just want to confirm that that's not in there currently. We can leave it at that for now.
I thought I saw that somewhere.
Did you? Okay.
That there specifically wasn't any operator signage.
That's the intent of the operator. If we want a condition that there shall not be.
Is that a condition that
I don't know if it's a condition, but it was the intent. We could certainly add the condition.
Is it a condition? Okay.
I couldn't tell you. I saw it somewhere.
If you all can confirm for me. I'm sorry. I tried to find it, but I did not find it. So.
Acting Chair Lombardi, there is a condition, and potentially to Commissioner Hoopengarner's point, in the land use entitlement resolutions that says expressly that both billboards shall not have media logo signage as part of the project plans. And that's condition 2.2.
On which page?
2.2. It's 18 of the PDF. It's 2.2 on resolution PC 241554, so the land use entitlement resolutions.
It's Exhibit E.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I will find it. I'll read the language. That was the last question I had. Anyone else have questions or questions on the EIR for staff?
I still have questions on the development.
Oh, okay.
Exhibit E.
Okay.
Isaac, we talked about this afternoon about the vesting tentative track map. So on page 13 of Exhibit E, which is the resolution recommending approval of the demo development permit, et cetera, it also includes a vesting tentative track map. And on page 13 in section 14, it discusses this. My question is, my understanding is these are rental units. And why does a building with rental units need a track map, which is a precursor to making these condos?
My understanding, the track map was for purposes of creating airspace for the hotel, creating airspace for the residential units, creating airspace for the parking garage, and I don't have any, in the commercial spaces only. I don't know if the track map goes to the residential. It does not at this point, so the residential units could not be sold off individually.
Well, that goes to the point that there wasn't an actual track map included in here, so I don't have anything to look at.
I think there is, Commissioner Hoopengardner, I think there is an exhibit that includes the tentative track map with the agenda item, but to Mr. Leake's point, that city's understanding of sort of why a subdivision is necessary associated with the commercial component in the airspace, and I think it's certainly a question that could be asked of applicant as well in terms of the specifics.
Okay. To my question to you earlier this afternoon, if it in fact is relating to subdivisions for the residential units and addresses their airspace, et cetera, then that sets this up for these to become condominiums instead of rental units. And if that is the case, would the public benefits have to be revisited because the public benefits assume that everything is rental and not condos, and that would substantively change the calculations? Is that true?
That would be a major.
It would be a major change.
So just to clarify, the vesting tentative map is Exhibit J in your packet, and if you look at how the property or the subdivision map is carved up, it does not include the residential units. It's only for the commercial components of the project.
Thank you. I thought it was part of the development package. Thank you. All right. And so, to be clear, no residential. Thank you. Okay. Starting out at the beginning of this document, it says that the original project was GFA, a gross floor area of 255,000 square feet. Then it goes on to the current, alternate 4 is 269,000 square feet. Another 13,000 square feet bigger, okay? But then it goes on to say that this alternative 4 would contain the same land uses, et cetera, but in a reduced height and floor area. But in fact, it's not a reduced floor area, correct?
It's reduced in floor area. It depends which metric you use. There's gross floor area. Floor area ratio is basically all floor area that is above grade. And so if you look at table 2 on page, I believe, 8 of the staff report, so the floor area ratio for the project. So that is the portion that is at or above grade. In the 2018 project, that FAR was 6.0, and then for the proposed project, it's 5.7. So that's where it decreased. But however, if you look at gross floor area, which includes both the above and below grade, but excludes area that's devoted to parking, the proposed gross floor area for the project that's being proposed for approval tonight is a little bit greater than the project from 2018.
Okay, because it's part of the findings. It's the reason I'm asking this, and I'm being asked to make a finding that it's smaller, but in the previous paragraphs it says it's bigger, so.
Yes, it can be very confusing. I totally understand.
Okay. I think throughout the development agreement, I sent you today a list of what seemed to be a number of issues relating to references, to conditions that might not be correct. And I don't want to spend a lot of time going into all of those, but there were, I don't know, 30 of them or something that are substantive, some of them, because they, like on one of them, 9E references condition 12.17, but that doesn't seem to be it. It seems to be 12.15. So back to making my findings that this is all ready for prime time, my question to you is, was I incorrect here?
No, I had noted that, and I was in the process of everything that was going on today, trying to put together a revised resolution that made those corrections, but in terms of the references to the specific conditions, you were correct in all of those instances. I also noted that there are areas where the conditions should have been more specific as to which director had authority, and so it should have been the community development director. So I have noted all of those.
Okay.
And just to piggyback on that, Commissioner Hoopengardner, I imagine when the commission deliberates, if there's discussions about the DA, that Doug would have those ready to read into the record if there's action from the commission on that.
To be clear, it's not the DA, it's the DP. These are things from the development permit.
Understood. So
Sorry.
I
That's
think
very
same
confusing.
rules apply that,
Yeah.
those kind of changes could be addressed and included in the record at that time.
Okay, thank you. Related to that, on page 19, item 3.3, and this is part of our earlier discussion, and I want to clarify because it's important. The total affordable unit distribution and floor area shall be proportional to the total non-inclusionary unit distribution and floor area in the project, as on these plans that we are reviewing tonight. But they're not on the plans that we're reviewing tonight. So what are we approving?
So I did speak to housing about this, and their conclusion was that given how the units are proposed to be distributed right now, they felt that it met the spirit of that requirement that the units are distributed throughout the residential floor areas of the building.
Okay. Moving on to 4.11, the transit occupancy tax. And this is part of the public benefits. So if we go through the table on the public benefits, there's a $2 million payment over a number of months, and then the next item is an additional 0.75% of transit occupancy tax to be paid from hotel room rentals over 30 years, which is valued at $3 million. My question is, will the owner actually be paying that 0.75% premium, or will the visitor be paying that 0.75% premium?
It would be it would be the visitor. It would be an additional 0.75.
Okay. So when it comes to public benefits, we get the money, but the applicant isn't actually paying any additional amount. They're getting the benefit of the additional height, but they're not having to pay for it, correct?
I mean, correct, but I mean,
Okay.
they're...
It's me, so I have to talk about trees just for a minute. So there are a lot of trees and planters throughout this lovely building. Is there anywhere in this agreement that requires that they stay looking like that and that they be maintained and replaced where necessary?
Is that something maybe staff can come back to?
Mm-hmm. Okay. 10.1 seems to be the same as 10.13, but they both relate to the materials. And should the materials change in the approved design? And 10.1 says that the material review would be subject to director review, but it doesn't say required to be reviewed by the director. I seem to recall in previous agreements we've had requirements. So this one doesn't seem to be a requirement, and I'm wondering why that is.
Commissioner, are you referring to condition 10.1?
Correct.
I think maybe it could have been made more clear, but the term shall implies that it is required.
Okay. And then I believe that should be consolidated perhaps with, there's a subsequent one, I don't remember, yeah, 10.13. And in other projects, we've also required that for something this substantive in a project of this size and magnitude, that the city architect also be involved in decisions about design and materiality. And I'm wondering if there is a reason that the city architect wasn't included in this particular condition.
I don't know that if we've actually, in the past, have actually identified the city architect in this condition. I mean, obviously, if material changes are proposed during the building plan check process, I mean, I know that I certainly would always seek the advice and feedback of our city architect, because that is my area of expertise. But to my knowledge, we've never explicitly stated in this condition that staff will consult with or seek the approval of the city architect.
I actually can cite 916 Westbourne as an example.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Again, during deliberation, we can add that language if
I just wondered if there was a reason it was specifically excluded.
No, I think it's just included in that the community development director will consult with as typical practice. And I would just point out condition 9.6 requires landscaping and planting areas to be maintained and kept in good condition.
Thank you. We talked about, okay, so zooming along to page 37, 12.4 and 12.5, van pools and carpools. These are accounted for in this agreement, yay, but I'm concerned because I didn't see that in the call-outs on the plans that there were van pools and carpools. So are those spaces in addition to the 232, or are they somehow utilizing the 232 parking spaces?
I think we can look into that, and or the applicant can identify how they're planning to address that condition.
Okay. Because obviously there's a lot of questions people have asked about parking, and so why, we gotta make sure the math is right. Okay. 12.11. I miss Commissioner Jones in this moment because she's our parking guru. It states, I think this is convoluted, and I'm wondering if you could clarify it for me, because my understanding code is that the aisles must be 26 feet wide if you're going to have 8.5-foot wide parking stalls. If you want to narrow the aisles to 24 feet, then the parking stalls have to be 9 feet wide. And so this language in 12.11 doesn't seem to quite say that. And I'm hoping you can explain, A, do I understand it right? And B, what is this saying?
This condition or this language was provided to staff directly by the city's engineering staff. So I would need to consult with them and get back to you on that.
Okay.
And I would also say that if in areas where it's constrained down to 24 feet for the backup, it may be that they would have to widen those spaces to accommodate in the way that we've adopted through our code.
Okay. 12.13. First of all, I think 12.23 is the exact same thing. But it's saying prior to the C of O, you know, you got to have a plan for, amongst other things, restricted delivery hours. But there's no specification here as to what those restricted delivery hours are. Is there a reason that's excluded from this?
I don't know why I keep turning the microphone off and then I can't turn it back on. I think that there's a lot going on this project, and I think there are certain things that are deferred to later. And so part of that is parking operations and delivery and loading operations. I would ask,
I guess to me, it would impact the neighborhood, and I would think that the neighborhood might have something to say about that.
So if there's a recommendation that the commission wants to see for those hours, we can talk about that during deliberation as well.
Okay, thank you. 12.19, all affordable units shall be provided the same proportional number of parking spaces, just to Commissioner Vice Chair Lombardi's question, that are provided at the same rate as provided to the market rate units, at the same unit type based on bedroom count. Okay? Problem with that is there are no studio units at market rate. So how do we establish what that proportionality is?
Yeah, and again, as we've talked about this condition before, and it gets tricky once the state parking ratios are applied and so forth. So maybe we can. I'm not sure how housing wants us to apply that, but the applicant can speak to how the parking will be allocated. It's not necessarily going to be one per, because
and just to keep this moving along too. So I had that box too. We can ask questions of staff again, during deliberation. We can try to keep that kind of open. So I don't know if there's questions that maybe are hard to answer and more our opinion, or like this is one I have flagged too. Maybe we just handle those as we get through, because I had thoughts on that too, but I don't know if staff's going to add any clarity other than that we see it right now. If you know what I mean.
I just have a couple more left. The 13.8 is that the Planning Commission shall review this permit at 6 months following the commencement of the restaurant, outdoor dining, and nightclub use. I'm curious as to how you would implement that, given that you've got 5 restaurants, you've got a nightclub that are all going to have different opening dates and times. Is this going to be, you're going to wait till they're all open and then we'll have our 6 months and then we'll review, or are we going to review each one after 6 months after they open?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Opengarner, can you restate that condition number?
Page 40, number 13.8.
We can specify as we get closer, if this is moving towards that way, then we can certainly specify that it's after the first tenant space is open, 6 months after. We can add checkpoints if you'd like, 6 months and 12 months, something like that. I don't think we should keep it on a separate track for all of the tenant spaces. I think that's untenable.
I know that's
for
crazy
everyone.
making, but I just want to, because I could see a scenario where the last piece isn't open for 2 years.
For sure.
And meanwhile, the Viper Room's open.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Good
All
one
right.
for discussion.
To be clear, 13.12, there will be no alcohol on the residential roof deck? It's not in the diagram, it's not in the chart.
There wouldn't be the sales and service of alcohol. There may be the consumption because it's somebody's
Has their
residential
own
space,
private
just
party?
like it would be in your own patio. We don't, if it was an apartment building minus all the commercial spaces, we wouldn't regulate the use of alcohol in the private residential spaces.
Okay. 14.3, and this one's really important because this relates to mitigation measures number 6 and 7. And those relate to noise from the roof decks. And I'm curious as to why we are allowing amplified music 24 hours a day from both of these roof decks.
We do not have to. I think that was probably what was, if that's what's called out, that was what was potentially studied, but we don't allow amplified sound outdoors 24 hours a day.
Yeah, just to clarify, can I jump on that too? There's a requirement about noise in the municipal code, right?
That's correct. And there's, I believe, hours of operation for those spaces as well.
Well, the reason I ask is because the actual mitigation, they're saying the way to mitigate the noise off of those roof decks is by having lowered decibels from amplified sound during the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. But it doesn't say there will be no amplified sound between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Or 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. or what.
Right, and again, there's a difference between what's studied to establish whether there's an impact and what's permitted through the hours of operation. So we can, again, during deliberation, we can talk about the hours of operation and the provision of amplified sound at whatever levels and limit those as well.
Okay, because this is a mitigation, correct? That has been specified by the FEIR.
Exactly.
We've gone to the FEIR. And so the question is that cast in concrete? I mean, that's a mitigation in the FEIR that we're being asked to certify tonight. So how does that work?
It works in that it's a limitation, it's not an allowance. So if we said, yeah, sure, you can be open 24 hours a day and you can have music 24 hours a day, then that level of music would have to be reduced in order to avoid an impact. That's not what we're going to say, but that's what the limit is in terms of the environmental threshold. We will provide additional limits because that's typically what we do on the hours of operation for that, and that would include any sound, amplified or otherwise.
Very good, thank you.
Are there any other questions on the agreements, or do we want to talk about the environmental impact reports? Any questions on the environmental impact reports and how that's clarified?
At this point, I think a lot of that has been encompassed in, in all of the bits that I've already asked about.
I may have a question or two that are hanging still for me. So, and if anyone else doesn't. This is probably, maybe the applicant can better answer this, but I noticed that in the FEIR there is reference about tiebacks and how they may be able to pass under the London Hotel property. And then there's also reference to Raker shoring system. So what's the city's involvement been in this coordination or this aspect of, just going underneath an old structure that's immediately adjacent? Has there been any, or this? I just want to make sure I understand where staff stands on this.
So, sorry, to restate, you're asking about the potential for tiebacks to go underneath the London Hotel property. Structures.
So in the EIR it says it doesn't raise environmental issues or otherwise pertain to the adequacy of the environmental analysis. In the draft EIR, no further response is required. Nevertheless, the applicant has confirmed the project can be developed with a Raker shoring system on the south property line and therefore avoid the need for tiebacks under the London Hotel property. So I'm trying to understand if there's been a dialogue there or anything at the city level on that, or if that's a question for the applicant.
That's a question for the applicant.
No, okay, nothing to date. Okay.
That wouldn't be
Okay.
for the city to establish, yeah.
Okay. Do we know if the West Hollywood Elementary School is within 500 feet?
Yes, I believe yes. The West Hollywood Elementary School is within 500 feet,
Okay.
and I think that is illustrated in the radius map, which is an exhibit in your packet.
Yep. And then leading on to that, why wasn't that threshold studied in the FEIR? Or did I miss it? Like, in terms of decibel levels and noise impacts, since we know that there's a significant noise impact and that's been flagged by LA Unified School District, why wasn't that part of the EIR?
I think the city's EIR consultant
Okay.
can confirm, but I want to say that it was studied. It was studied.
Okay.
It included all sensitive noise receptors, which includes
Okay.
schools.
Doesn't seem like it's meeting their thresholds, so I'd like to understand more.
Okay. Yes. This is Michelle Finney-Frock. She's our environmental consultant on this project.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, happy to help on this. So we did consider those thresholds from LAUSD. They provided a letter as part of the scoping process for the EIR. So we do summarize those requirements in the regulations section of the noise.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry. We do address their thresholds in the noise section, and we did double check them, and in all cases, the measured construction noise levels are below what they are asking for.
What was, just to clarify, what do you know them to be asking for, and what are those levels, and why do they seem to disagree with that?
My understanding was that they weren't necessarily disagreeing with our analysis, but rather just presenting what they would require. But I can I can open up the document and kind of look at
Okay,
some
thank
of the
you. Maybe you can
specific
come back
levels.
to us. I guess that might be something again for when we get into deliberation. I appreciate shedding some light onto that topic. I'll take a look on my side too. That was the last question that I have right now. Are there other questions about the EI? Yes, Chair Hoopen-Gardner.
Sorry, you reminded me. The question is, why was the noise impact to the north side of London not studied for the operations portion of the noise?
Is that with respect to that level 1 breezeway?
Yes, and breezeway's nice, and environmental, I think it referenced the event space, which is in the interior of the building, but the actual rooms on the north side that have windows that would be open to that space were not studied. Why was that?
If the noise in the outdoor spaces is below a level of significance, then the noise inside the rooms would also be below a level of significance due to the additional attenuation provided by the building as well as the windows. So the outdoor uses at the London are basically the worst case scenario. So that's why we looked at those.
Okay. There's one other piece of business if we're done with the FEIR.
Yeah, sure, ask away. Questions?
Okay. This relates to the public benefits analysis, which in the development agreement states that this developer, if they built a building that's 100 feet tall in compliance with the existing zoning, the additional value they would get from the project as defined is $5 million. And if they develop, as they're saying here, with rental units and hotels and these counts, the additional land benefit to the applicant is $15 million. The difference is $9 million, $9.5 million, which is the benefit all this additional height and FAR is going to give this developer, which is the basis for the public benefits. Help me understand that $9 million number. But before I even go there, did the public receive this document? And by that I mean the draft memo from the consultant and their spreadsheet?
It is a public document, but the city did not proactively announce that it was available, no.
Was it delivered to all of the commission?
So I did not deliver it to all the commission, and that is a failure on my part. Since you had requested it, I had sent it to you, but I had failed to send it to the rest of the commission.
Oh, I apologize, because then I'm the only one who can really ask questions about it.
What is the well?
So,
okay. I need everyone to be quiet, please, so we can continue here. So I don't see why you can't ask questions of staff. Unless legal has a reason why those questions can't be asked. I know that you may have visibility to some material, but
Well, it's kind of significant material. I mean, it's the basis for all of the public benefits analysis.
Well, I think the public benefits analysis is described within the documents that are part of the agenda packet. So the actual description of the public benefits are within the public. Is it working? Can you hear me? The public benefit analysis is set forth in the agreements and in the relevant terms. So I would say, to the extent the question is regarding a study that wasn't as part of the packet, I would say it's relevant, but it probably is not something that we're equipped to sort of discuss because it's not part of the...
To add to that, what is the Planning Commission's purview as it relates to these agreements? I know that because we're talking about land use and there are additional extraordinary benefits that are being offered, but I just want to make sure I understand I don't know what to say about this discrepancy that we have here, but I also want to make sure that we're not delving into territory that is just directional to City Council.
Except that we're being asked to make a finding about the development agreement that it is all kosher and to give direction to council that we agree with all of the findings in the development agreement as well as the content of the development agreement.
I guess my request right now as chair is that we ask questions and that we just make a determination if you can stay on track with us, Isaac, on whether or not we can ask those questions right now.
Yeah,
but I think we need to know what the question is to know if it can be asked and then where we go from there, and we stay within the lines of what we're to discuss today, because it is already 9:35. We have not seen the applicant's presentation yet, and we have potentially hundreds of people that want to speak today.
Yeah, I mean, I think to Commissioner Hoopengarner's point, you do make, the Planning Commission is being asked to make findings associated with the development agreement, associated with the public benefits contained with both the building and the billboard component of the project, for recommendation to council, who sets the public benefits policy and ultimately makes the determination on the negotiation point. So the Planning Commission obviously and has an important role in that recommendation, but I think the position would be that the documents that are presented evidence the support for the public benefits and the public benefits package. And to your point, Acting Chair Lombardi, the Planning Commission's role in evaluating sort of the land use components of those projects and those benefits as part of that recommendation. And then ultimately the determination regarding the negotiation goes to council as part of the final determination.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question. What do we do here? Commissioner Hoopengarner has questions. I'm not sure what those are yet.
Yeah.
I know that there's maybe a document that we haven't seen, so can she ask those questions now, or do we ask the question and then determine how to proceed?
So the documents that Commissioner Hoopengarner received were basically the formulas on how our financial, our
Consultant.
Sorry, economic consultant, thank you, came to the conclusion of the residual land value and the target value for the public benefit. That value, that number, is not part of the Planning Commission's purview. The dollars and how we got to the dollars aren't necessarily part of what the Planning Commission is looking at. You can discuss it. The dollar amounts have been put in the staff report and in the development agreement, so that is not new information. The evaluation of the components of the public benefit, which was also established by our consultant, and the total valuation of that package is part of what you guys have received. What we're looking for from the Planning Commission in order to make the land use findings is whether the scope and the components of that package make sense with the project and seem commensurate. We're not looking necessarily for weighing in on the dollar amount or how we got to that dollar amount. That's more the purview of the City Council when it gets to that point. We're looking at the land use pieces and what's being included.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to say, please ask your question, and then let's see if it's in alignment with what we can discuss today.
Okay, thank you. I think I've got really just two basic questions. Because, again, there's a development agreement that has a value in it that says it's $9.5 million of additional value that the applicant's going to get from building this as opposed to what they would otherwise be entitled to. So, one, I'm trying to understand that number, and that's why I asked for the documents, because when I look at it, it's a difference of 100 feet versus 160 feet. So 60 feet creates an additional value of $9 million. And intuitively, I guess I have questions. One of them is, in the statement of fact, they said that the assumption is that the cost to build the hotel rooms is $140 more per square foot than building the residential units. And I'm trying to understand how that's possible in a hotel room that doesn't have a kitchen, that doesn't have a laundry room. How can it cost that much more to build in a building that's, as Mr. Abramson pointed out, it's the same program, it's all, one building, it's just different size rooms for different uses. So how do we get an additional $140 a square foot cost, which works out to $7 million?
And that's sort of where I'm at. So that's the type of conversation that we expect to have for the City Council, where we figure out, look behind it, see where we get the numbers and whether that number is enough. What we're looking at from the Planning Commission is more just about the land use and the scope and the components of the public benefits package. And I know that's a fine line, and we can certainly take comment, and you guys can, and the commission, can provide feedback, but that's, we aren't going to get into that level of detail at this point in time.
I just want to, I would love to make sure that we're able, I totally understand that there's concerns here. So if we can find a way to move this along, my recommendation is that we can, as we deliberate, talk about if something feels too high or too low. And I understand there may be questions here, but I'm not sure if these are land use questions right now. So, or could we just come back to them again as we get into deliberation? Because I just want to make sure we keep going here.
And I appreciate that, and I just want to be clear, being asked to make a finding that this development agreement is all good and all the numbers work, et cetera. And that's why I'm asking the questions. And unfortunately, I'm the only one who has the information to ask
So
that
if
question.
you have another question, we can see if it's that's it? Okay. Maybe we come back to it, or maybe that's a deliberating point that we can go through.
Yeah, I just was hoping someone here could explain that difference for the cost, because that takes $7 million off the top of the benefit of the residual land value. So that's why it was important to me. Otherwise, that number, instead of being $9 million, would be $16 million. So it's significant.
And just to be clear, I mean, the fact that this conversation isn't really part of what the Planning Commission is looking at is part of the reason why we don't typically provide that level of detail and that analysis in the public packet for the Planning Commission. So this is sort of our typical way to go about it. But to the Vice Chair's point, we can move on.
Do we have other questions right now? Obviously, we can always ask another question later if something comes up. So, we'll figure out a way to work through that.
Just a quick
Yes, please,
procedural
Commissioner
question.
Edwards.
I'm new, and so I noticed that there's a clock running that says 2 hours 46. Does that mean we have a time set certain that we have to be done tonight? Okay, I just want to be clear about that. Because I brought...
Well, on that note, if we don't have other questions, I want to double check. Not right now, okay? So typically we would do a design review update, but I feel that given the amount of content that we have here and the substantial changes that have occurred and the fact that we actually did not have a billboard or Sunset Arts and Advertising subcommittee meeting, let's skip through that, which means we get to the applicant's presentation. But it's been a while. It's been approaching almost 2 hours. So did we want to take a quick break, 10-minute break? Let's try to make it 5, but we'll say 10 because last 5-minute break was 10. Okay, so we will be back in 10 minutes. Isaac, are we ready? We're missing people.
I would
We're
wait
missing
until
David.
David
Okay,
Gillig
let's wait
is
a
back.
minute.
Yep.
To the applicant's presentation, which is typically 10 minutes, and then we would get on to questions of the applicant, and then we would start the public comment portion, if you're wondering how much longer it may be. So with that being said, is the applicant present? Yes, and you're here. Please state your name and city of residence.
Sure, Chair Lombardi, DJ Moore, I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles, and we would like to request an additional 5 minutes for our presentation. I believe you offered us 10 minutes and 5 for rebuttal. If we could have 15 minutes for our opening.
Just to double check with my colleagues, there's a substantial amount of information here, so it seems reasonable to allow for 5 additional minutes for a 15-minute presentation.
That's fine with
Followed
me.
by rebuttal.
Okay, and sounds good. Thank you. Please.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. DJ Moore of Latham & Watkins on behalf of the applicant, Silver Creek Development. I think before things get, I think our presentation is being pulled up, so I don't want to get too far ahead of
We'll make sure the clock doesn't start until you have your presentation up on screen.
I will let you know that I do have answers to virtually all of the questions that you asked, and if I get called up for questions during deliberations, I'll be happy to answer all of them. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. All right. I'm here this evening with other members of our outstanding development team to present to you the 8850 Sunset Project. Next slide. Silver Creek has had its roots in the city since 2018 when one of its principals and other key team members moved to West Hollywood and applied to redevelop this city block on Sunset. The project has evolved substantially over the past 5 years in response to significant feedback we received through the project's robust outreach process, which included 3 neighborhood meetings, 2 design review subcommittee meetings, a full California Environmental Quality Act process that included an environmental impact report. This is on top of stakeholder meetings, door-to-door outreach in the surrounding neighborhood, including over a dozen direct discussions with representatives of our immediate neighbor, the London Hotel. The project before you today is a result of considerable efforts by the development team to incorporate community input, so the project fits within the city's and the community's vision for the Strip. I've worked on major projects in this city for 20 years, and I can tell you this developer has made more material changes to its proposal to address community feedback than almost any developer with whom I've ever worked. It's demonstrated through the dramatic evolution of this project. Next slide, please. In order to understand that evolution, we need to start first with the design from 2018 that is shown here. And I'm not sure why the slides aren't moving, but do we have an issue? If you could stop the clock, please, yeah.
Yeah, and if there's technical issues, we'll...
The clock has been stopped at 13:29.
Yeah. There we go. Thank you. The original 2018 proposal is shown here. Next slide, please. That design had a 6-to-1 FAR, was 15 stories tall, measured almost 190 feet above Sunset, had a larger hotel and smaller residential component. Next slide. We received substantial feedback on the design, including that it was too tall. It did not fit within the character of the Strip. Silver Creek heard those concerns, went back to the drawing board to revise the project to better align with the community's vision for the site. Next slide, please. Silver Creek hired a new architect, world-renowned Bernardo Fort Brescia at Architectonica, who has designed award-winning hotels, residential complexes, and museums. Architectonica's initial revised design is presented here. Next slide. The 2022 design presented a more compact building, much more in keeping with the surrounding architecture on the Strip, provided additional pedestrian options on Sunset, and overall was less intense. Next slide. Apologies, I think we're still having technical difficulties.
Your time has been stopped.
Thank you.
Here, 12:34.
Okay, next slide, please. As shown here, the height was substantially reduced by 3 stories, and additional restaurant and space for the drive room were added to the project while keeping unit count and hotel rooms close to the same. Next slide. And again, we received important feedback. While more positive, some thought the design was too linear. Others thought more neighborhood retail was needed, and then more publicly accessible open space should be on the ground floor. Silver Creek took all of those comments to heart, went back to the drawing board yet again with the architect team to refine the project and its design. Next slide. What Silver Creek has now proposed is really the culmination of 5 years of community and stakeholder input. The building is shorter, significantly more residential units have been incorporated, and the design has evolved to be more fluid and interesting with usable undulating balconies on all 4 facades. The top 2 levels are recessed to reduce mass, meaning that there are only 8 full residential and hotel floors above the ground level. Next slide. The revised project includes a further reduced height, more varied restaurant and cafe spaces at the ground level for different user types, more housing, more affordable housing. A new circulation pattern was incorporated with the entrance off of Larrabee to exit onto San Vicente to avoid conflicts with the London Hotel. Next slide. And here's how it compares to the original from 2018. Overall, we're down 50 feet in building height. Residential units have almost doubled, are all rental, and hotel rooms have decreased. Next slide. There's now a large publicly accessible terrace directly off of Sunset. Next slide. In addition to retail space on the Larrabee frontage adjacent to a Viper Room entrance, in direct response to design review and neighbor feedback. Next slide. And a native soil immersion garden that you'll hear about further incorporates both the San Vicente and Sunset frontages to further ensure that all 3 frontages have activation. I'd now like to turn the presentation to Bernardo to walk you through the architecture.
Good evening, I'm Bernardo Fort Brescia, principal of Architectonica. based in Miami with offices at 818 West 7th in Los Angeles. I'll take you through the image, the first image, and I'd like to tell you philosophically what we were trying to do. We were following the principles of new urbanism. The building hugs the street, activates the sidewalk, widens the sidewalk to make it a lively place. It has a base, has a middle with a series of balconies that undulate like horizon lines that eventually fade in the top 2 floors to create a series of terraces in our top layer to the building. Next, please. You see here the organization of the building, the ground level of retail that I mentioned. We have 5 levels of residential, 3 levels of office, of hotel, and the top floors with the amenities and activities for the building. Next, please. This is the ground floor. What is important here is you can see the entrance from Larrabee, the exit into San Vicente, and a very expansive drop-off that contains the cars with throughways and drop-off lanes so that there will be creating no congestion along the surrounding streets. The organization of the arrival and departure is favorable as it is to the London, as it is a counterpoint to its direction of travel. Next, please. You see here the arrangement of the ground floor. You see the widened sidewalk, and you see the entrance to the courtyard that becomes the heart of the building. As in European cities, there's often a courtyard in the middle that is preferred because it's quiet. Other people like the hustle and bustle of the street. It is a way to escape that the noise on the city. Sorry, we have another glitch here.
Your time has been stopped. It started at 8:56.
Yeah, and you can see here in this view what I meant about the activity on the ground floor and the broad breezeway entrance that leads into the courtyard expressed from the street, and the entrance to the Viper Room, the original Viper Room, which is the entrance to the museum as well. Next, please. The courtyard is, our landscape architect will tell you more about it, but is certainly intended to be this quiet place. It's sort of the secret garden in the middle of the block, but it also relates, next please. It relates to the buildings next door because it opens to the back central portion of the block. You can see here the view of the signage, how the signage is incorporated into the undulations and the folds of the building. It follows that same curvature. Is a unique aspect to this digital sign. What can I do? Sorry about that. I only have one more image, but I don't have it up on the screen. Next, please.
You have 7:58 left.
Yes, and here are some of the views of the neighborhood outreach with a shop that is facing to the takeout shop and the entrance to the Viper Room in its original location. You can see also the static sign as opposed to the digital sign that occurs on this side that also folds together with the form of the building. Next, please. This is the arrangement of the residential floor, and you see how the building is wrapping around that courtyard and opening out to the perimeter streets and defining the street. Next, please. And finally, you can see here what we mean by how the building opens up in the center and aligns with the center of the block and creates a continuity of the open spaces as they enter into the property as you see it here. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm David Christensen, a resident of Los Angeles. I'm with the landscape design team, Realm. So moving outside, we've imagined this site as a whole, comprised of unique landscapes that layer upon each other to form a dynamic and engaging environment. Starting at the top, we've created a pollinator habitat on the roofscape. Then moving down one level is our residential amenity deck, which features a 360-degree garden walk that wraps the entire perimeter. Then down again to a publicly accessible level with hotel offerings, a public restaurant, event spaces, and dramatic views. Next, please. Uncovering the ground plane, you'll see a significantly expanded public realm. This wraps all 3 sides of the block and then folds inward through the breezeway toward a central courtyard. That's unlike other public offerings that you'll find on the Sunset Strip. Next, please. Conceptually, the intent is to create a porous interface with Sunset Boulevard and allow the public realm to bleed through the ground floor.
Would you speak into the microphone a little more? Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, sorry. Is that better? Okay. It sounds very echoey to me. Conceptually, the intent is to create a porous interface with Sunset Boulevard and allow the public realm to bleed through the ground floor. Next, please. Opening in the center of the block allows for a vibrant, socially activated retail presence on Sunset while emphasizing meaningful public space as the site's primary feature. Here, looking inward to the courtyard, you can see how the arcade will form a powerful beacon for visitors. Next, please. From inside the courtyard, your experience is that of an oasis. The idea is founded in nostalgia for Hollywood's famed gardenscapes that pique curiosity and transport us through portals to worlds that exist behind the scenes. The landscape is verdant, meandering, and embodying a sense of exploration as one discovers nested social settings, including seating booths and tiered bleacher seating. An architectural trellis surrounded by low tree canopy provides shaded comfort throughout the day and humanizes the scale of the atrium-like space. Next, please. Returning to the frontage, our side streets pose challenges like most in Hollywood do, with steep sidewalks that are difficult to program. To activate them, the east side along Larrabee features a walk-up retail counter and the infamous side door to the Viper Room. Conversely, the west side along San Vicente is defined by lush terrace gardens. Next, please. The project includes a public realm enhancement that is anchored to the west corner of Sunset Boulevard. The enhancement includes a public plaza that features interactive signage installation and expands to an ocean view via a lofted ADA-accessible deck over the terraced habitats that stretch down San Vicente. Next, please. The signage focuses on native soil structures of West Hollywood. Visceral 10-foot totems that are replicas of soil profiles local to the area serve as beacons guiding visitors around the site and linking all public spaces through a unified language. They are intended to educate visitors on the unseeable subsurface that defines Sunset's geographic character and impress upon them the importance of healthy soil ecologies. Additionally, signage is dispersed throughout the site that will encourage user interaction and provide content accessible to both the hearing and visually impaired. Next, please. A sequence of 3 demonstration habitats stepped downward will exhibit native ecologies that thrive in our region's specific soils. Next, please. Placards with QR codes amongst the planting will link to apps and organizations that provide deeper learning on these topics and assist in exploring the habitats. Next, please. In short, our aim is to create a vibrant destination on Sunset Boulevard that connects to the local community, providing them a truly unique gathering space and a rarely found respite on the Strip, while also establishing an iconic, memorable gateway for visitors that further defines their image of West Hollywood. Now we'll turn it over to a video.
The 11-story building with fluid balconies and deep pockets creates a mesmerizing presence on the Sunset Strip. Terrace-top floors soften the skyline, reducing the building's perceived height. The west-facing full-motion and east-facing static sign are designed to be fully unified with the architecture of the building. The reimagined Viper Room's entrance mirrors its classic legacy on the Sunset Strip and hosts the Music History Museum, a space that showcases the evolution of music. Storefront variety promotes diverse tenants and financial inclusivity. At Larrabee, a convenient neighborhood retail store with walk-up access serves the local community. The reimagined Viper Room's entrance on Larrabee retains its legacy look. It porte-cochere with the entrance from Larrabee and different drop-off points for various functions will minimize congestion and avoid conflicts with the London Hotel, and link the hotel to residential areas back to Sunset Boulevard, improving overall connectivity. The corner of Sunset and San Vicente hosts Sunset on Sunset, an immersion garden with stepped native soil planters enhancing the steep walk and experience. An accessible observation deck offers sweeping views to the city beyond. The building setback widens the sidewalk along Sunset Boulevard. A softly lit glass ribbon above Sunset adds energy to the strip, reduces the visual height of the ground level, and enhances the pedestrian experience. Located mid-block, a central breezeway opens to an urban park accessible to the public, enriching and diversifying the streetscape. The sunlit park, adorned with planters and seating, provides an urban retreat, steps from bustling Sunset Boulevard, and contributing to a distinct sense of placemaking.
I'd now like to address just a few areas that are important of community concern. The first is the project is fully within the scope of the development on Sunset. The roof is actually only 3.5 feet taller than the Edition Hotel, and when you take into consideration the helipad at the Edition, it's actually 12 feet shorter. The project's 5.7 FAR is also lower than the 5.89 FAR the city approved for the Arts Club. The building is not out of context. Next slide. The project's circulation has been thoroughly analyzed. There are at least 10 spaces for valet and queuing drop-off for normal operations, which is more than enough for a project of this size using queuing metrics the city has approved for other projects. It's also conservative because it assumes all rideshares use the project driveway as opposed to dropping off on Sunset. Next slide. And for events, valet drop-off can be moved to the B2 level, providing queuing capacity for 18 cars. That's more than the city approved for Robertson Lane, which had a 700-person ballroom. Condition 1221 also requires a final parking operations plan be reviewed by staff to ensure no impacts to the right-of-way. Next slide, please. Finally, the project meets code parking requirements, and unlike other parking structures this commission has expressed concerns about, code is met without relying on tandem or aisle parking. However, there's plenty of aisle parking that can be used by valets. This diagram shows how 20 resident guest parking spaces could instead be accommodated in the aisles to free up additional parking for residents while maintaining 16-foot drive aisles, which the commission has approved for valet aisle parking previously. In closing, the project team is very proud of the support that we have earned, including over 430 actual West Hollywood residents who signed on to support the project, which I'm going to submit now, and for our work with Unite Here that will ensure quality hospitality jobs in this project for the community. Given the hour, unfortunately, we've lost several dozen supporters who are here, but we respectfully request your recommendation consistent with the staff report, and we'd like to reserve our remaining time for rebuttal. We thank you very much, and of course, we're here to answer questions.
Thank you. So at this time, we will move on to questions for the applicant, but I am wondering if, given all of these people have been waiting patiently for so long, if it would make sense to go to public comments and then pick up with questions. We've been talking here for a long time. Please try not to clap, please. But my colleagues, how do you feel? Do you have questions you need answered now, or do you want to wait until after public? You good with waiting? Okay.
Thank you. We're very amenable to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Secretary Gillig, first question, how many people do we have that have submitted speaking slips, and how many people are waiting in the Zoom room to speak?
We have one caller ready in the Zoom, and we have 89 speakers here in the council chambers.
89 speakers, okay. So we typically allow 3 minutes for public comments. Obviously, do the math, it's a long time. I want to make sure everyone's heard, so in an effort to be fair and equitable, we do sometimes discuss reducing that time so that people aren't, at the end waiting for hours. And I'd like to hear what my colleagues think in terms of minutes. I know he's oftentimes done 2 minutes, but 90 people times, that's still 3 hours of public speaking. If we give 2 minutes, we've also gone lower than 2 minutes before.
There's considerable precedent for 2 minutes on many projects, so I would be amenable to the 2 minutes. I could be talked into lower, much as we all want to hear from everybody. I also want to be very respectful of everyone's time as much as possible, so I'll leave it to you guys.
I'm just going to go around and ask everyone. So Commissioner Edwards, how do you feel? So you've heard how many people we have. Do you want to, we've sometimes done 1.5, we've frequently done 2 when there's this many people or more. This is a lot.
My thought process on this is regards to, I'm open to 2 minutes. I would just respectfully ask if you don't have anything to add, then just, say you support the project, maybe make a comment or 2, but you're not obligated to do the full 2 minutes. But I'm open to 2 minutes. I think that's fair.
Commissioner Gregoire?
I'm fine with 2 minutes.
Okay. So let's, it sounds like we have consensus. Let's do 2 minutes. Let's allow people to, have as much as possible of maybe the expected 3 minutes. We are allowed to reduce time, and as Commissioner Edwards said, please, to go back through a couple of items that I discussed before, if you can refrain from clapping, shouting. I want to make sure that anyone that comes up here feels comfortable speaking, regardless of what their opinions may be of the project. And also, yes, if you have anything that you wish to say that's already been said, you can simply note that you agree with the previous applicants on whatever that matter is. Don't feel obligated to fill the full 2 minutes. If there's something you want to add that's unique or specific, please, of course, do so. You can use your time as you choose. But think about your colleagues that will want to speak next, and anyone that's waiting, please be very respectful. And I just want to say I'm thrilled that we have so many people here. Often it's empty, but think about how long the last people are going to be talking. So with that said, if we're ready, we can go to we can open the public comment portion of this meeting. And if you have not already done so, you can go up to Secretary Gillig and fill out an electronic speaker slip. And I think we also have maybe slips to read into the record. Is that true for statements?
Yes, we'll do that after.
Okay, I'll do that after? Okay. So when you come up here, please state your name and city of residence. I'll try to remind you as well. Are we ready?
We're ready. We'll start off on the Zoom platform. We only have 3 callers there, so we'll take them first, and then we'll move into here, the council chambers. And I'll let
Okay,
Joe
and
start that.
there may be some logistics to how we handle council chambers. We can talk about that next as well.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we have Kristen first, followed by Chesley, and then Matthew Luden next speaking. Please *6 to unmute yourself. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, I'm Kristen, and I live across the street from the Viper Room. And I just want to say, and I have a question about the fact that the electricity in this building that I live in goes out probably 20 times a year. The last time was a couple weeks ago. It lasted about 4 hours, the blackout. Is this grid going to support digital displays of undulating billboards and all the electricity of this huge building? Because it doesn't support us now. That's a question. That's a question. Does anybody have any answer?
Just to provide some clarity here too, you can speak, but where there's no dialogue at this time, we hear your questions and we may ask questions later.
If SCE had some input into this, and if they could look into the power grid and the actual facts of how much energy these billboards are going to take up, because it's perfectly clear that the billboards is how these companies make money, and that's why they need the buildings to be so high. So it would be, very pertinent as far as the blackouts that are already occurring, because I certainly don't want to be in this hot box while there's an undulating billboard going on. Why should I be suffering? And elderly people are compromised as well, and other people who don't live in a building where they have their generators and stuff they can just switch on, because it happens consistently over here. Internet goes out constantly and the power grid goes down all the time. And they shut it down as well.
Thank
So
you.
can move on, I have to say.
Thank you. Next will be Chelsea.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Chesley. I'm a West Hollywood resident. I've been here for 15 years. And while I can appreciate what the building and the developers are trying to do, I have to say I oppose vehemently. I live on Larrabee across the street, and I agree with my fellow resident about the power outages, but also the gridlock and also the construction and the noise that this is going to create. We already have so much that's already happening, and it's impossible to get up and out of Larrabee. And so that's my main concern about all the residents that were living here and the school that's across like 500 feet away. So that's why I'm opposing all of that. So thank you so much for your time and your presentations. Have a good night.
Thank you. And then Matthew London, please state your name and residence, city.
Hi, this is Matt Lundeen. I live in West Hollywood on Betty Way. I've lived here since 2007. I oppose this project strongly. I do not believe it fits within the character of Sunset Boulevard, or the size and the scope of the project does not fit in the neighborhood. I agree with my neighbors that the power grid will not handle something so large, and additionally the traffic in the area is already unbearable during rush hour, adding additional traffic. And for luxury hotels, and there's the Edition, the London, the Petit Hermitage, several other luxury hotels within 2 blocks of the area, just does not fit within what we need within our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. And then our last speaker on Zoom would be Kelly. And please make sure you *6 to unmute and state your name and city of residence.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Okay, great. Sorry, my name is Callie Rogers, a West Hollywood resident. I'm calling in to support this project. I'll keep this really short, but basically I'm very excited about the 3-bedroom units that are included in this project. As a mom who's raising someone in West Hollywood right now, basically we're kind of forced to leave West Hollywood if we want to expand our family. My family will not be expanded, but still I think that 3-bedroom units are really important. Homes in the city are just so expensive, they're out of control. And so families who want to stay in West Hollywood are resigned to, 1-bedroom studio apartments, maybe 2 bedrooms if they're lucky. And so not only do I think this project should be and moving forward, I really hope this project sets a precedent for more 3-bedroom condos. I bet they're less than 10% of all housing in West Hollywood. And it's just super crucial that families are allowed to stay in their communities. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We just had one more. There's Eric Hoffman. Please *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name and city of residence. Thank you. Eric, go ahead. We're waiting for you.
Should we move along?
Okay, we'll move along here to council chambers, and we'll end up back in Zoom just to make sure we've got everyone covered. Okay, we're starting here in council chambers. What we're going to do is I'll call off like 5 or 6 names if we can have you queue up this aisle here. So when one speaker ends, you can just go up immediately so we don't have to wait for travel time. So our first speakers will be Hollis Brown, followed by Drew Glicker, Joel Rothschild, Paul Morrison Hills, Anthony Dujanio, and Lala Kahanian. So if you could just line up. We'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. And while that's happening, just a quick refresher. So all questions are to be directed to the commission here, although we're not going to engage in crosstalk and dialogue, but we will note your questions and then see how we handle those with anything that we want to discuss with staff or the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Lala.
Hi, my name is Lala Kanyan, and I moved to West Hollywood 24 years ago. Well, I heard from this team that this is a very arrogant city. Well, why do you want to complete a project in an arrogant city? And every city is an arrogant city because they want to have businesses and local businesses. And plus, this is not Dubai or Singapore or Tokyo, because we have history here. And the history is the entertainment industry, and tourism comes here. The tourists come here to go to the live events. And since they closed House of Blues, now they want to change or somehow close the live Viper Room. And then what's next? It's going to be with the whiskey and then it's going to be the Rainbow Room. And do you think the city of West Hollywood is going to make any benefit from that? And also, it's not going to make the income and equality gap any better. It's going to drive away middle-class people, as it has been since all the developments have been happening. Non-affordable housing. Yeah, they say affordable housing? Are you kidding me? All the housing is non-affordable housing. And there are also, I agree with all the people who are talking about the traffic. And just think about it. We are in inflation. There's going to be recession and depression. And do you think people will be able to come here and spend money on, on the new building mega project? That's it. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Going on will be Michael Martin, Scott Raymer, Carter Daniel, Matthew Harkenrider. For the people that I called earlier, did they not show up, or call you again at the end just to make sure we didn't miss you? Yeah, just state your name and city of residence, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Carter Daniel, and I am a resident of West Hollywood. I have lived on the Sunset Strip for the last 10 years and have enjoyed the space. I live at Palm and Sunset, right there at the corner. I will say that the project, I'm very torn at this point listening to both sides of this story, because there is need for development in this area. However, to take out the culture and to remove something that is so important and the essential businesses that all of us who are actual residents of this neighborhood, we use those liquor stores. We go to the Viper Room. This is a real experience for people who live in this neighborhood. And I would just caution this entire situation to not demolish something that is very, very important and that is very specific to people who do live in this neighborhood. We're real residents here. I'm concerned about the traffic. I can barely get out of my garage at the point at Palm and Holloway. There's times it's 10 minutes that I can to pull my car out. What would it be like if with that 232 more cars? I don't really know what the best solution for this is, but I think that I don't think you guys have come to it yet. So I appreciate everybody coming together, but the Viper Room should not be destroyed, and LA's culture should be longstanding, and the residents of West Hollywood should be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence.
My name is Scott Raymer. I've been here since 1996. I live in West Hollywood. I've been to most all meetings, even the Artisan Center meeting. I know one of the things I wanted to say is when you did the Artisan meeting, you guys all wanted to keep things not higher than the London. That was really important to you, and now we're dwarfing the London. I don't seem to understand why this project needs to be as big as it is. I can understand putting the hotel in, all this other stuff, but it's just too massive for this little area. The height of, excuse me, let me get my notes here. I mean, we're talking 161 feet, and today I heard it can go up to 172 feet as long as we crunch those numbers a little differently. My biggest concern is the size, the magnitude of this, and the height. The height is just gigantic for this. It just doesn't seem like it fits in that spot. I do appreciate everybody's time. I don't have a problem with the project. I just think what's happening here is they're trying to shove something in too big because of greed. And I think we can put a stop on the height of this and how big it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Martin, Matthew Harkenrider, Robert Bergand, David Sherian.
State your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Matthew Harkenrider. I moved to West Hollywood in 2011. I've lived here for over 13 years. I'm a local musician, and I'm here to speak in opposition of this item. Like many of my fellow citizens here today, I'm disheartened by the continued loss of our city's heart as high-rise after high-rise of mixed-use development slowly erodes West Hollywood's unique charm. Given my limited time to speak, I'd like to focus on the necessity of the Viper Room in its current form, particularly given the staff's idea that this project meets the objective of keeping Sunset a thriving entertainment destination. It seems glaringly obvious that the staff have not spent much time on Sunset Boulevard lately. Despite our city's continued prominence as a central hub of art and culture in our country and across the world, sorry, I'm kind of, let me calm down. More and more in recent years, changes make it less and less possible for a new creative class to not just survive, but also to access any platform with which to grow their art and build a following. Even just upstairs here at the library, where I was earlier today, the second story's walls are covered in images and blurbs about the Sunset Strip's rich musical legacy. This rock history is embedded in West Hollywood and the Sunset Strip, not to mention in its profitability and health, given its continued incorporation in many marketing efforts. There remain only 3 small music venues capable of holding a stage-oriented band show on the Strip. 2 of them are protected historical monuments. One, the Roxy, is now owned by mega promoter Golden Voice. The other, the Whiskey A Go-Go, operates under a virtually 100% pay-to-play model. The third, the Viper Room, is one of, if not only the accessible venues here in this city for a growing musical artist to play shows and build a following. I can attest to this in my 10 years of pursuing a music career while living here. The Viper Room in the past year is the only place I've, for the first time, been able to grow a following and actually make money from my art after playing the Troubadour, the Whiskey, and every other small venue in this town. At a time when the city outsources its own Pride Festival to an outside promoter in order to gain a bigger profile and greater profits, blah, 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 I don't have time to go through this. I don't know. If the members of this committee and this Silver Creek Commercial Development, the youth of this city is fascinated. If you go out here, there's a giant line around Barney's Beanery. There's 1 million people at the Viper Room every weekend, and there's people at like Jones after it's been open. It's crazy. They're obsessed with history because there's so little of it around here anymore, and I just don't understand why we would rip down something or at least not build around it or something. It's just dumb, and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Robert Burgandy. I've been a citizen of West Hollywood for 22 years. I live on Larrabee, just steps away from 8550 Sunset, and I wholeheartedly support this project on 3 levels: as a licensed CPA, as a licensed realtor, and as a neighbor. As a CPA, when complete, this project will increase revenue for the city that will aid in funding what makes our city progressive. It will aid in continuing to provide the services and programs that we have come to enjoy. As a realtor, given the regional housing crisis, it was responsible for the change of the design from condos to rental units, while providing affordable units interdispersed with the market rate units. The different size units will help the West Hollywood families remain in our city. As a resident, I've followed the evolution of this project over the years, and I'm happy to see that the developer has addressed neighborhood concerns. I look forward to the current eyesore being replaced with a stunning property, and I look forward to all that will be available for everybody. As someone who will be temporarily impacted by construction of the project, I look at the long-term lasting impact. We are a progressive city, and the project embodies the city's values of equality, diversity, and substantiality. I ask you to realize that we are a progressive city, and this means change, and I urge you to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Martin, David Sherian, Marcus Molina, Eddie Diaz.
Hello, my name is David Sherian, and I'm a business owner in the city of West Hollywood. I believe projects like the 8850 Sunset project will attract the much-needed tourism that the city of West Hollywood needs. The pros definitely outweigh the cons when it comes to this project. As we know, Sunset Boulevard hasn't been the same within the past decade in terms of safety, tourism, foot traffic. It's become a struggle for businesses to even survive on the boulevard. We see a lot of restaurants and businesses opening and closing, and I believe a project like this would just bring Sunset Boulevard back. The city of West Hollywood will also benefit on this with the minimum of $3 million in hotel bed tax from the hotel. A project like this will help the city prosper. Please vote yes. I vote yes for the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Eddie Diaz, and I have worked at Chiconi's as a cook for about 1 year. Because there is not enough housing and rent is so expensive, so many of us spend hours in our cars every day going to work, or have no other option than to stay in what we can afford. At my current apartment, we have really bad management, and the building is completely tearing itself apart. It is difficult to move, and we desperately need more affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers up will be Jelena Ursag, Kathleen Edmonds, Connor O'Brien, Adam Rosencrans. If you're here, please step down. No? Oh. And state your name and city of residence, please.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Adam Rosencrans. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles, and I manage 5 residential projects in the city of West Hollywood. This existing lot, any way you look at it, is underutilized in relation to its true development potential. It was always going to be developed. Somebody was going to put a new project on this site. I think the benefit that you have here is you have a developer who's been responsive to the community's impact and input and decided to make changes to a project that is going to be in better conformance, what was going to ultimately deliver a project of scale and value, and also have the affordable component that the city desperately needs. I know that the city staff has taken significant diligence in evaluating the project as a whole. I commend them for their efforts, and I also commend the commissioners here as well for taking the time to thoroughly evaluate all of the elements of this. But ultimately, this project will meet the overarching housing element. It meets the general plan of the Sunset specific plan. This is going to contribute to the vibrancy and the longevity, and I am wholeheartedly in support of this project and recommend that the Planning Commission recommends approval to the City Council as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Connor O'Brien, Juliana Orellana, Bobby Edrick, Santos Hernandez, Joseph Lulo. Please state your name and city of residence, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Juliana Oriana. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for over 10 years. I'm just trying to keep this short. I have some notes here and a lot of echoing the opposition of this building. There's going to be prolonged construction chaos, worsened traffic congestion, and increased pollution. I currently take an hour to an hour and a half from West Hollywood to Larrabee 968 all the way to Woodland Hills. On the way back, especially if it's raining, it could take upwards of 2 hours between Larrabee, Palm, San Vicente, especially Sunset. We will not tolerate developers rewriting the rules to suit their ambitions at the expense of our peace and safety. Our streets are already overburdened. We cannot afford another strain. Furthermore, we need to eradicate all non-low income rental units from this proposal. Sunset Boulevard does not need additional high-priced apartments. At 16 affordable homes, I guarantee you they're going to be less than the 800 square foot Viper Room lobby. We require housing accessible to all income levels. Lastly, the Viper Room must be preserved. Any attempt to bulldoze this iconic establishment is an insult to our cultural heritage. I have 3 generations living here in Los Angeles, especially off the Sunset Strip. We need to incorporate the Viper Room into the development, honoring its legacy instead of erasing it. Commissioners, listen to the voices of these people you serve. Reject item 10C until a revised plan aligns with the needs and values of our community. Our future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Santos Hernandez, Joseph Lulo, Corey Weiss, Jesse Harris, and Jason Beck. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes. Okay.
Hello, I am, sorry. Good evening, I'm Corey Weiss from Los Angeles. Thank you for the time. I'm a senior advisor of Douglas Elliman New Development. In the last 15 years, I've had the fortune to consult and represent every new branded residential development in West Hollywood and Beverly Hills from pre-development to completion. Although most of us in this room are not native Angelinos, we have chosen to make this city and West Hollywood our homes. The allure of Los Angeles to those not born here was a sense of magic and wonder from various television and motion pictures, and the backdrop was always the famed Sunset Strip. I don't know anyone who lived here who doesn't remember their first time, the first days of being in LA to see the magic of the Sunset Strip come to life. Many of our first jobs were in the hotels and restaurants, and now we are able to live here and in these buildings. The redevelopment and addition of full-service hotels and residences in the last 10 years have revitalized the area. This project is in the center of this changing landscape. Its completion brings a key piece that's going to connect all the city has to offer, the ability to walk from West Hollywood on Sunset, from Beverly Hills to Crescent Heights with beautifully choreographed architecture and restaurants, as well as optionally to be fortunate enough to live or stay here, as brings much needed safe heartbeat to our city and keeps the dream alive for those like us that choose to call this our home. It is our calling to carry out the imagery and wonder to keep the famed West Hollywood and Sunset Strip current and safe for all generations to continue. I fully support this building.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm not Jason Beck. He was here earlier. My name is Scott Schmidt, resident of West Hollywood. He was here earlier, asked me to put his statement of support in the record, and I'll give it to David. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Jesse Harris, Olivia Skowronski, Lourdes Nolasco, Sandra Miranda. State your first name and city of residence. 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jesse Harris. I live here in the city of West Hollywood. I love living here in the city of West Hollywood. I'm very proud to be a resident. And I am here in support of this project. This property, as was previously stated, was always going to change. That change, whether or not that change happens, is really not on the table. I think the change that happens here should result in a large building. We're living in an urbanized area, and we need a lot of housing, and we need that housing to be co-located with other uses. That is what we know to be called smart urbanism, or smart development. It reduces the need for everyone to own their own vehicle, and that's one of the things I love about living in West Hollywood the most. It's so easy to do without owning a single occupant vehicle. We'll also find that in places where there are an abundance of housing and jobs and commercial and retail destinations, it is not easy to drive or park a motor vehicle. And so while I can certainly empathize with how difficult it is and how difficult the traffic will be, I think that that's a sign that we're building more of what we need and places where people want to be. I'll close out by saying I live in an apartment building here in West Hollywood, and when it was constructed, I'm sure that there was noise and there was dust and there was traffic and there were construction vehicles, and I know that it was very inconvenient, but I sure am glad they built it. Because of that impact, I have a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name and city of residence, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Olivier Skoronsky. I live in Glendale, and I've worked as a bellman at the W Hollywood for about a year now. 2 years ago, due to the rising cost of rent, my husband and I got priced out of the apartment we had lived in for 4 years. We've since had to move in with his family in Glendale, and we haven't been able to afford a place of our own since. A man who spoke earlier said that in order to, we have to build almost a full 1,000 affordable income units in order to get back on track with city housing standards. We need you to take these first steps needed to start meeting these goals and relieve the pressure that my family and many others like mine are currently dealing with. Please approve this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lourdes Nolasco, Sandra Miranda, Gladys Avila. And we're going to give this 3 minutes because it needs a translation interpreter.
Yeah. Buenas noches, honorable presidente y miembros. Mi nombre es Gladys Ávila y trabajo en el Hotel W de Hollywood de recamarera hace 12 años.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and members. My name is Gladys Avila, and I've worked in West Hollywood in the Hotel W in housekeeping for a year.
Yeah. 12 years.
Okay, I'm just 12 years.
Yeah. Okay.
Gracias.
Gracias. Hace 2 años tuve que tomar la difícil decisión de mudarme con toda mi familia a Victorville.
2 years ago, I had to make the difficult decision to move with my whole family, myself, to Victorville.
Se me ha cerrado la oportunidad de vivir en cualquier lugar de aquí en Los Ángeles donde trabajo.
It was difficult, but the only decision to move so far away from my place of work.
Pero no quiero que mis compañeros de trabajo tengan que pasar casi 4 horas al día conduciendo de mi casa al trabajo.
But I don't want my work colleagues to have to travel almost 4 hours a day driving.
Necesitamos que todas las ciudades que se benefician de nuestro trabajo también construyan viviendas accesibles.
We need all of the citizens to have a beneficial and easy way to travel to work.
Necesarias para que podamos vivir.
It's necessary so that we can live and make a living.
Por favor, apoye este proyecto tal como se propone. Gracias.
Please support this project as it is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Lourdes Nolasco, Sandra Miranda, Samantha Gazda, Bobby Sturge, Andrew Solomon. Please state your name and city of residence, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Bobby Sturge. I'm a resident of Westwood. So good evening, Chair and members. My name is Bobby Sturge, as I said, and I'm a Unite Here Local 11 intern and a student at UCLA. I'll be speaking in support of the project. I've lived in the area for 3 years now. Over my last 3 years here, I have seen firsthand the struggles of my peers and the anguish of my friends when it comes to housing. I personally have 6 roommates in a 2-bedroom apartment. I know people cramming 7, 8, and even 11 people in small 2 or 3 bedroom apartments just to afford a roof over their heads. While alternatively, they're forced to live as far as 2 hours away and commute in. One of my friends lived in San Bernardino, and she would commute here her entire senior year just to save on housing costs. This isn't just a housing crisis, this is a human crisis. And it's tearing at the fabric of our community. Every day, I go around campus and the city, and I meet people, and I see the faces of those who are fighting to make ends meet, who are one rent hike away from losing their homes and becoming homeless. A lot of people aren't aware, but as many as 18% of students at UCLA experience some degree of homelessness. This project will benefit everyone on the West Side, and the inclusion of affordable housing is a glimmer of hope for people who've been priced out. It's a chance for students and workers to focus on their studies and their work without the constant fear of eviction looming over them. This is about restoring dignity and stability to people's lives and ensuring that everyone, regardless of their income, has safe access to affordable housing in this community. It's about giving us the opportunity to not only survive, but to thrive here, so that West Hollywood can continue to be a forward-thinking, diverse, and equitable city. Please recognize the human impact beyond this project and similar projects in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Gazda, Andrew Solomon, Susan Milrod, Joshua Harris. Susan, state your name and city residence, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, sorry. Is this good?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Speak right
Great.
into it.
Thank you. Thank you all for serving our city so well. I really appreciate it. My name is Susan Milrod. I live in West Hollywood for 20 years, most of them on Larrabee Street. I have been coming to these meetings since 2018. From the very first community meeting, one of the main topics was the entitlements that this developer wanted for height and density. Everything we asked about that, they kind of said, we have a wonderful architect. They're award-winning. When I asked them about affordable housing, they said, of course it'll be all over the place. Well, at one of the last meetings I was at, in that version of it, it was all on the poor floor. So now it's off the poor floor, but you get the poor windows and half a parking space. It's absurd. The public benefits. I feel like a second-class citizen living a block from this building if I can't access, and the public can't access those. When I hear about revitalizing the area, I think the Dialogue Cafe is a really good example of a small business that anyone in that area knows. It's been amazing watching how that has revitalized. Now, it's tiny, but it's more likely to do it. This does not provide parking for the people who are working there, who are coming up here talking about their needs. My heart goes out to them. Where are they supposed to park? There isn't parking room for them available on my street. Larrabee Street is a fiasco of traffic. Everybody knows that now. There is water runoff having to do with the terrain here. Our elevator's been out for a year in my building. There's that. This will make it worse. I mean, there are many other things, but basically, the neighborhood does not concur that this is a good building. The neighborhood concurs it's got a height and density problem. Thank you so much. Sorry to go over.
Sure. Thank you, Susan. Leah Folta, Tommy Black. If I've called you before, yeah. Just state your name and city of residence.
Andrew Solomon, West Hollywood. I think you know where I stand, so rather than repeat talking points, I'm going to talk about the process. We're here tonight after a 6-year entitlement process. In that time, nearly every lobbyist in town has been hired on this project, and the only other lobbyist in town has been hired to oppose the project. And all the while, we've been in a housing crisis that has only gotten worse. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have been spent on your decision and your comments tonight. I understand that the London Hotel is paid to form a Wyoming LLC with a fake name and a fake campaign purporting to be a group of concerned neighbors. They've blasted our Instagram feeds with ads, they've mailed out flyers, they've sent text messages, and they've even hired voice actors to call everyone in town. We're at a point where you can't say the word housing without using the word crisis in the same sentence. Shelter is the most basic human necessity, right at the top of the hierarchy of needs. But our entitlement system is so broken that in order to build more shelter, you have to hire lobbyists to even start to have the conversation. Our system is broken, and that's a much larger conversation, but here are a few suggestions of what we can do tonight. Number one, for city staff, could you please hire someone to retype the Sunset specific plan? We're all up here arguing over a document that is so old it was written on a typewriter before computers existed and then later scanned and uploaded to the website. I don't even think it's OCR'd. Number two, for the London Hotel, can you please drop the sensibility on Sunset campaign whenever this heads to council? We're all tired and we don't really have time for this. And three, commissioners, can you please recommend approval of this project? Thank you.
Thank you. State your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Tommy Black, Los Angeles. Good evening, commissioners. As a longtime general manager of the Viper Room, I've been part of the West Hollywood community for over 25 years, at least. For many reasons, I fully support the proposed mixed-use project at 8850. I've followed the changes in the project design over the years. I am pleased that the developers addressed community concerns regarding landscaping, green space, traffic circulation, increasing affordable housing units, and making the height and overall design fit with the neighborhood. Regarding the Viper Room specifically, 8850 presents an exciting and important opportunity for my staff, patrons, and neighbors. The reimagined Viper Room is a chance for us to attract a broader range of talent, accommodate a larger audience, modernize our space, showcase rock and roll memorabilia as an additional attraction, and of course, generate more revenue for the city. Being in the same complex as a hotel and restaurants will certainly attract more people. These changes will add to the nightclub's vibrancy and activate this section of the Sunset Strip. I know people are opposing this project because they don't want to lose the Viper Room, but I believe a new life could be given to the Viper Room through the proposed 8850 project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, please try not to clap.
State
And-
your name and city of residence.
I'm Leah Folta. I'm a West Hollywood resident. I've been a West Hollywood resident for over 10 years, and I'm in favor of this project. I think it's really important to take this opportunity to add affordable housing to this area. I can only afford to live here because I'm in a rent-controlled apartment that I was lucky enough to move into a decade ago. And I know this is different, but that's why it's important to me to fight for more affordable housing. Like many have said, obviously, we're in a housing crisis. A healthy community has affordable housing and residents of varied income levels who still have money to spend in their pockets. West Hollywood is an incredible place to live because it's so green, walkable, and progressive. I think more of the people who work here and their families should get the same opportunity to live here and enjoy this great city that I lucked into. Again, please pass this project, especially with its affordable housing units. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up would be Roxanne Holloway, Jeff Nepshin, Lawrence Taylor, Henry Meyer. Please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lawrence Taylor. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. I've owned real estate in West Hollywood for 50 years. I was an owner of real estate before West Hollywood became a city. I was in support of cityhood, and I've watched the splendid growth of what cityhood has accomplished, and I compliment every one of you here tonight for all that's been accomplished since 1985. And I compliment everybody here tonight, the city staff, the commissioners, and everybody who has worked so diligently with a developer who has not given up to create something special. And this city knows what's special and what isn't, and has done a great job of preserving that which is special, and has also done a great job of bringing to the city also that which is special. It's a creative city, it's an artistic city, and it has a chance to actually get an incredible project, and I do support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Nepshin here, Henry Meyer, Amy Meyer, Jake LaJoy, Dominic Bonanno. State your name and city of residence, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Jake LaJoy. I live within 200 feet of the proposed project, former historical preservation commissioner here in West Hollywood. I want to start off by thanking the staff and all of your time. I'll make it short. I support the project. I like the undulation. I think it's great that the circulation and flow of traffic is counter, like the open space. Applaud the developer for wherever they are for listening to the community and making changes along the way. So thank you, and I don't envy you in this decision tonight, but hopefully you do what's best. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence.
My name is Dominic Julian Beatty Bonanno. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I grew up here, and I've seen a lot of changes. I've had a long-term history with Sunset Strip, with the Viper Room, with what used to be Gazzari's is gone. Everything is gone. Our history is depleted. But you know, if we're not careful, we're gonna find ourselves into what happened in 1929 and the crash and the depression that followed. I think we're almost there. And I think it's very sad in a country like ours and so vast that there's so many people that are dealing with homelessness. I think it's disgusting. I think it's sad. And anywhere in this country where your rent is over $3,000, that person should really reevaluate what's important in life here. What's important is that this project needs to be approved for one reason, and this is the only reason why I'm approving it, is because we are in dire need of housing. I cannot even stress how important this is. So please approve this. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Sol Yamini, Donald Surley, David Rees, and Kelly Carson, if you're here. Go ahead and state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Don Searle. I'm a resident here in West Hollywood. I live within a few steps of the proposed project. I'm highly in favor of it. I'm very excited about the project. It offers us an unparalleled opportunity to really take a portion of our urban fabric that is blighted. We're not losing anything. We're actually gaining something. And the whole idea of giving us a new Viper Room is exciting, it's vibrant, it's what the neighborhood needs. And I'm in full support of the project, and I don't know how you can approve a document that's in such bad condition as what we saw you review tonight, but I would hope that once that document is revised appropriately, that you can approve the project, which I think is more important than the process. Thank you.
Thank you. David Rees, Kelly Carson. State your name and city of residence, please.
Hi, good evening. David Ruiz, resident of West Hollywood the last 29 years, and I lived in the Norman Triangle for the last 25 years. I'm in support of the project. LA is a growing city, West Hollywood is a growing city, and we all moved here because cities are growing and evolving. So that's why I'm in support of this project. In addition, that block on Sunset, the south side between Doheny and Larrabee has been like not well maintained and blighted. Personally, that's what I think of it. So having this development is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Elise Eisenberg, Miriam Sagrero, James Bryan, Neela Lee Cook. Hi, Elise. State your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Elise Eisenberg, 37-year resident of West Hollywood, living within 1,000 feet of the project. I'd like to thank Commissioner Hoopengarner. You are a national treasure. I would also like to point out that many of the people that were coming to speak in opposition had to leave and didn't have the opportunity to put in a comment slip. I would like to ask the commission to continue this project until till all of the things are resolved that you were bringing up tonight. I think that's extremely important because there are too many issues that are just said, we'll deal with it later, that never get resolved, as we know from many of the other projects. My big concern with the project is threefold: the traffic, the parking, and the development agreement, which Commissioner Hoopengarner spoke about. The traffic circulation plan has just changed from entering on San Vicente to entering on Larrabee, right next to the exit to the London. There's no traffic study for this new plan, which is clearly an afterthought since they realized the original plan wouldn't work. They have changed the internal circulation for the valet drop-offs and exits. It's even more convoluted and needs to be closely looked at. It's a loop-de-loop plan. When the people who are coming in on Larrabee are coming exactly where the London people are exiting. They are crossing over each other inside, internally inside the project. That really needs to be looked at. When the drivers leave the project, they have to take a right to go north on San Vicente, and they can only go right onto Sunset because it's too short of an area for them to move over 4 lanes to go left on Sunset. So then you're caught in the gridlock of Holloway and Sunset. They either have to go down Holloway, which anybody knows is really bad, or they go down Sunset to La Cienega. The parking is the minimum the code requires. The project is 7 times greater than what is on the current site, but has only 3.5 times as much parking spaces, and all of it valet. No self-parking for the residents. For 69 of the residential units, including studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms, there are only 36 parking spaces for 69 units. Do we really think that the other 33 units won't have at least 1 car? There's no overnight public parking spaces anywhere near the site. Where will the cars go? And Commissioner Hoopengarner spoke to a lot of the issues on the development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. 2 minutes.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. My name is James Bryan. I'm a resident of Santa Monica, and I'm a researcher for Unite Here Local 11. I was here 3 days ago, staying about as late as we probably are going to tonight. And there, at the city council meeting, we heard from businesses that business community in West Hollywood is in a critical state because, as they claim, minimum wages were too high. That was that evening. Actually, we find that our businesses depend on people being able to patronize them. And we won't have more patrons if we shut our doors to new housing, especially affordable housing. Here we have a project that will create new hospitality in a sustainable way while creating housing opportunities for new residents to spend money at local businesses. If we're worried about businesses, we should be encouraging projects like the model development that is before you tonight. Please support this project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You have two.
My name is Neela Cook. I'm with Anchor Church of Los Angeles. We are opposed to this project and ask that you vote no on it. The city of West Hollywood deserves development projects that will grow and help the local community to thrive. Engaging in our local workforce and assuring the local residents will benefit from these projects is very important. Please make sure the project does this for this community. Until this is guaranteed, please vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam Saguero, Amy Smith, Ivanette Machado, Jonathan Dana. Come on down. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, so. Okay, thank you for you, Commissioner, for the opportunity.
Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Yes, to tell you why I support this project. I am Miriam Salguero and make West Hollywood my home because of its value. I know the city wants to remain diverse, and I am so happy to see 16 units of affordable housing in this project. I personally know how important affordable housing is to families like me, and we need as much affordable housing as possible in our city. The fact that units are interspersed with the market rate unit is wonderful, and I so appreciate that all tenants won't pay for valet parking, and affordable housing tenant will not be expected to tip them. The new good paying job the project will generate is a plus in turning the block into a revenue stream is also great. I support this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Smith. I am a lifelong born and raised LA resident, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Creed LA. We're here to voice our opposition and to ask for your no votes tonight. This project will have unavoidable noise impacts, and because of this, CEQA requires the city to adopt a statement of overriding considerations that finds that the project's benefits will outweigh the adverse environmental effects. One of the benefits that CEQA directs agencies to consider is whether the project will provide employment opportunities for highly trained workers, and this factor should be considered when making the determination. But currently, there is no evidence in the record that makes this determination. The applicant has made no such commitments to employ our graduates of state-approved apprenticeship programs or has taken any steps to ensure employment of our local highly skilled and trained workers. This is truly a disservice to every single person that's standing in this room and listening live. Our workers, our local community is being disrespected, and this reflects poorly on our applicant. This shows that they have no consideration for Los Angelinos. They are not considering our local, our community. The Planning Commission should be asking the applicant to consider providing these workforce benefits to support a statement of overriding considerations. Los Angeles residents deserve better, and you can do better for them. Vote no until the local workforce and our community is respected and gets the dignity that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening.
My name is Yvonne Nanette Machado, and I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. And I'm here tonight to ask you to please vote no on this project. I understand that the Preservation Alliance has deemed the Viper Room to not be a historic site, but it is a historic site in the hearts of every true Los Angelinos. The deep and scale of this project will turn a Hollywood landmark into a tower that loses all its city, old world entertainment charm. We don't need this eyesore in our neighborhood. I don't support this project, and I don't feel that you should either. Besides, I take the number 2 bus all the way from MacArthur Park to Westwood, and it takes me an hour. Transportation, it is an issue on public grounds, and may Sign Expedite bless your families by making the right decision of not supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, if you're here, Jonathan Dana, Jeff Bree, Tony Canzoneri, Joshua Gaddon, Nick Schaefer. Next up, please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Jeff Bree from the city of El Camino Village. I'm here on behalf of the thousands of hardworking men and women at Ironworkers Local 433. I'm here tonight to oppose this project and ask that you oppose it as well. We had hoped that this developer would choose to hire responsible contractors who will hire locally, provide living wages, ensure benefits for the workforce, and provide the chance for apprentices to learn the trade on a real job site. But this is not the case. Support the local workforce, support us, but do not support this project. Vote against this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please try to refrain from clapping, please.
All right, please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, Vice Chair Lombardi, members of the commission. My name's Tony Canzoneri. I live in the city of Malibu. I'm representing the Manny brothers as owners of 4 major properties along the Sunset Strip, from one end to the other. The Manny family have been major investors in your community for decades. We are concerned about the negative visual and traffic impacts the Viper Room project will inflict on the Sunset Strip and the West Hollywood community. We have great respect for your Sunset-specific plan and the city's history of careful and effective planning. You should not now do an about-face and approve a project that doubles the permitted density to get another hotel here. You've got hotels, and some of them are struggling. Look at what's going on at the Pendry and at the Edson Hotel, the Edition Hotel. The commission should exercise its duty to apply the planning and environmental law by denying the project unless and until it is scaled back to a reasonable density and mass. And the EIR is recirculated with a VMT and detailed traffic study. And that's the elephant in the room. I call your attention to the finding in the EIR that the project is not a significant regional draw. That finding is used to allow the EIR to not do a VMT or a detailed traffic analysis. I would also call your attention to the website of the project, which says that the project is a conference and event space attracting people worldwide, a global destination. And throughout the EIR, there's references to the fact that it is a regional draw. And you should have a traffic study, and that is the elephant in the room. You don't have a detailed traffic study. The parking analysis is totally deficient, and we think you should continue the matter or deny it.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Joshua Gottheim, representing Manny Brothers 9000 LLC, which is the owner of the property at 9000 Sunset, which, by the way, is an FAR of 3.4, much less than the 5.7 proposed here. even though it's the tallest building on the Strip, or one of the tallest. You know, page 28 of the staff report calls this a reduced height and density alternative, but as has been pointed out, the project is still larger in GFA than the 2021 project, and has that FAR of 5.7, double what the specific plan allows. Only 232 parking spaces are provided. If you think about what's taken up by the residential and the hotel, only 100 spaces would remain for hundreds of banquet or event guests. And then no more spaces left for the Viper Room, or for the spa, or for the 5 large restaurants. The gridlock and neighborhood intrusion must be considered. A few more quick points from my letter submitted yesterday. The project ignores the general plan, which calls for protection of neighborhoods. The development agreement allows not only the addition of another 16,000 square feet of meeting space, in other words, another 2 or 3 Viper rooms without any public hearing. By the way, the development agreement language is, quote, "The city manager shall be authorized to approve any minor changes on behalf of the city." There's no further land use review required whatsoever. And in the signs that are on the project now, the 3 billboards, the development agreement, page 26, allows those to be moved around anywhere on the site without any permit, up to 50 feet high during construction. No VMT analysis, no smaller alternative. There should be more affordable housing, not just 8 very low-income units. How about 20, 30, or 40? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Nick Schaefer, 51 years, a renter at the English Village, 1000 block of Larrabee, West Hollywood. Let me say, hey, West Hollywood, you ever heard of this thing called global warming, climate change? You know, extreme heat, droughts, fires, and floods. You know, if you approve this project in any way, I say shame on you. We've had enough of this overdevelopment. Please, I'm not in favor of this project. How much water currently is used on this land now? How much do you think will be used in this massive project? How much electricity is used now compared to then? How much garbage is picked up now compared to what this project is going to do? Traffic. How much more traffic is this going to do? If you go down Beverly Hills, down Sunset, Santa Monica, especially rush hour, Holloway, Palm Avenue, Larrabee can have 20 cars lined up trying to get on. Public safety. I'm concerned about our fire station being on Cynthia and San Vicente. There's going to be gridlock there. Every minute, every second counts for the fire department to get there. Also, street parking. The 1000 block of Larrabee, these cottages built in the 1920s, they're not going to find parking anymore. You know, people, well, we have parking restrictions, but people now have these disability placards. Daytime, nighttime, you'll see people using them. I say, let's put this up to a vote. I heard tonight, and if you can find out, that people were paid to speak, to be pro on this, if we can find that out. But put this up to a vote. Let the residents decide whether they want this or not.
Please, no clapping.
Beverly Hills did it for that massive hotel that they wanted. And most of all, why don't you take the leadership and once and for all say, West Hollywood, we will no longer support these massive things. Okay. Well, anyway, I just want to say, Lynn, I think you are concerned about our environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, everyone, I want to make sure we keep this going.
Next up,
No
we
clapping.
have Jonathan Dana. If you're here, come on down. Okay, Mark Tapio Kynes, Jerome Cleary, Zach Strasters, Eric Saavedra. State your name and city of residence, please. 2 minutes.
Hi there, I'm Mark Tapio Kynes. I am a resident of West Hollywood. In fact, I live right next door to Nick at the English Village on Larrabee Street. I work from home. I've lived there since 2003. I hope to keep living there for many decades to come. And unlike some people, I actually rely on street parking on Larrabee. I park my little Prius there every day. So yes, obviously this is going to be a terrible situation for me. My own crankiness aside, though, I'm against the development. The noise is going to be unbearable for several years. I know it because there was a condo that still is sitting empty 15 years later right across the street from the proposed development. So my crankiness aside, though, this project is a mess. It's obviously poorly planned. There's so many unanswered questions. It's not ready. And although the developers are very proud of themselves by saying, hey, look, we're not giving you the completely unbuildable first rendering that we submitted in 2018, this is much better, it's really not more reasonable. The parking is the biggest problem. 232 spaces, as a previous speaker said. This is supposed to cover all the residents, all the hotel guests, all the employees, all the restaurant guests, all the Viper Room guests. It's untenable, and if you think that the valet, apparently this is all going to be valet parking, if you think it's going to run smoothly, look at the other hotels that have been recently built along the Sunset Strip. The Pendry, the One, the Edition, I've seen them all. They are log jams, and it's going to be a log jam here. The developers and their supporters want you to think, no, this one's going to be different. This hotel is going to make it work. This hotel is going to revitalize the Sunset Strip. But that's what the people who built the Edition said. That's what the people who built the One said. That's what the people who built the Pendry said. And they're all struggling because it's all empty promises. All this public space, empty promises. It's just not tenable right now as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Eric Saavedra, Los Angeles County resident. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to the project at 8850 West Sunset. There are obvious problems with the entrance from San Vicente and the exit to La Brea. I also have belief that there needs to be better traffic mitigation measures for the valet waiting area in order to not create problems for local residents. This project is obviously too big for the area. That's why it has been rejected so many times. Please deny this project once and for all. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Zach Strosters, LA. CEQA guidelines define adequacy in section 15.15.1 as having been prepared with a sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information which enables them to make a decision which intelligently takes account of environmental consequences. But as Commissioner Hoopengarner so adequately pointed out, how can you claim a sufficient degree of analysis if she's the only one that received the necessary documents? Explaining essential features like height and density bonuses, not to mention the $1 million worth of public benefits connected to it. Peace on Larrabee Street being destroyed is an unavoidable, unmitigatable consequence according to CEQA analysis. But did CEQA take into account that the power grid goes down and that human life itself ends up in danger as a result of this project, this Leviathan, and 7 times larger with only 3.5 times more parking? And how about no overnight parking for the remaining cars except for the already highly impacted neighborhoods? Semi-trucks won't fit in the loading and unloading stations. The hours of operation and the outdoor seating is inconsistent with the hours of operation for the supporting restaurants, even on the project site. And where will the guests park? And there is insufficient queuing for the valet. This project's own parking plan doesn't even make sense, let alone for current residents. This project hasn't been approved in the last 7 years, and the last 4 times it's been before the dais because the project never made sense. Maybe that's why some of the developers have abandoned the project. And the people that are in this room tonight that are in support of the project are in support of the project because it's providing economic opportunity for them, which is understandable. But the reality is, even the very low income housing units that are being provided may not be affordable for those very same workers. And for the element, the trade-off, which was supposed to be for economic benefit, what about skilled and trained workers who are not included in this project? This project is an absolute farce. Deny.
Thank you. We have Jerome Cleary. Did he leave? Jerome, Richard Wright. Sadie Kay, Sam, Joshua Campos, Bob Mardish? Albert Orozco, state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Joshua Campos, and I am here to speak in opposition to the project on behalf of the people of our great city.
Can you
Look
state
at the
your,
surrounding apartments.
Sorry, can you state your city residence?
Los Angeles County. Look at the surrounding apartments, such as those on Clark Street. The building is way too big for its neighbors. Also, imagine the nightmare for the years of construction by adding more traffic to Palm and Holloway. And no matter what you do to try to make this less painful, it will literally destroy the quality of life for the local residents for at least 3 to 5 years to build it. And not only that, but once it is built, it's just a matter of time until our apartment buildings nearby are also gentrified. Kill this project now, please. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sadie Kay. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I'm here to speak on the project 8850 West Sunset. I'm here as a resident to speak on my outlook on the project. Though West Hollywood is in need for housing, this location is not in the best interest in means of location. Additionally, this will fundamentally be a hotel entertainment project rather than an affordable housing development, which is something we do not need. Though there is 16 units of affordable housing, what we need is way more affordable housing. It seems as everyone is trying to monopolize the city space for expected travelers. However, digging into the deeper picture and understanding the needs of the residents within the community carries more of an importance than hotels for tourists. Don't profit from the city to not give anything in return for the people in the long run. It makes the people mad. Give better housing resources instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please state your name and city of residence.
Hello, my name is Sam Galvan, West Hollywood. I wanted to speak up against this project and my concerns with it. Anyone who has spent more than 10 minutes in West Hollywood can tell you the amount of traffic congestion on Sunset in this area is horrible, to say the least. Now, this project wants to add residential and hotel traffic too. I fully support the revitalization of the area, but to add huge amounts of people and to boast conference and event space on the rooftop seems like too much. Please don't support this project. It will make an already overburdened area even worse. Thank you very much, and good night, everyone.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Albert Orozco. I'm a resident of LA County. I'm here today on behalf of over 6,000 members of SMART Local 105 Sheet Metal Workers. We oppose this project and we're seeking your vote against this project. The applicant has failed to understand that a project such as this one will impact the community significantly. It should be done right, and to do it right, they need to hire responsible contractors and hire locally for all crafts. We cannot and will not stand idly by while our men and women are overlooked for an opportunity in our own backyards. We ask that you stand with us against this project and vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Richard Eastman, Aiden Philip Marshall, Matt Payton, Rosa Mancrez. Please come down, state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Richard Eastman, and I came to this town in 1965, and I slept behind the Playboy building, and Mario was the valet. And I met his son, and then I got a job at Paramount Pictures, and then I saved the Hollywood sign, and Paramount tore down Western Costume, and I moved 6 million costumes, and I'm totally against this project because next week I'm going to be 71, living with AIDS. Dennis Perron and I changed America with marijuana. I opened the first marijuana dispensaries. The United States government has threatened the Lincoln Memorial ball field for the little kids playing baseball because they want to tear down Henry Bacon Park and build a memorial for another war, Desert Storm. Greedy landlords! I live in a building built in 1927, and a lot of people think my grandmother and I helped John F. Kennedy. And if I did, in 1959, I got 56 seconds left. And I urge you to not make this happen, because we have to save the historical aspects of not only West Hollywood, but our nation. And whatever I'm going to do with my friends in and out of the White House, the Vice President and Willie Brown, her boyfriend, and the hometown of San Francisco, and the city of West Hollywood that nurtured me as a child, to work for Paramount Pictures, and they tore down Western Costume, but I saved 6 million costumes and moved them to North Hollywood. I'm urging you to save the Sunset Strip, save the renters, don't give the greedy bastard landlords another piece of property. Turn it into a park. Get the National Park Service to declare this a national monument. And if you don't, I will.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Aaron Marshall. I'm a City of Los Angeles resident speaking on behalf of CREED LA. We're urging the Planning Commission to continue tonight's hearing to a later date because the city has not completed its environmental review of the project under CEQA. CREED LA submitted comments on the draft EIR back in 2021, showing that the project would have potentially significant health risk impacts, and a health risk analysis would need to be prepared. The CEQA guidelines are clear that a lead agency is required to recirculate an EIR when significant new information is added to the EIR, such as, quote, a substantial increase in the severity of environmental impact would result unless mitigation measures are adopted that reduce the impact to a level of insignificance. Here, the FEIR includes a brand new health risk study finding that the health risks would be significant unless a brand new mitigation measure is adopted. This is a textbook example of significant new information requiring recirculation. Further, our air quality expert found that the project's impacts would be significant even with the FEIR's new mitigation. The health risk analysis underestimates impacts. Further, our comments show that the air quality mitigation is legally inadequate because it is non-binding. For these reasons and others in our written comments, we urge the Commission to continue this hearing to a later date after the City corrects and recirculates the EIR. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Manriquez. I live in an unincorporated community of Los Angeles County called East Los Angeles. And I've been a resident of the greater part of Los Angeles since 1952, part of 5 generations living in Los Angeles. I'm a member of the Immaculate Heart community, and I'm also a member of CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And for years I have stood by workers in LA and heard of their struggles. I hear repeatedly about how rents are through the roof, about how workers cannot find apartments to live in and work close by, and unfortunately that people have left LA altogether. This is tearing at the fabric of our region. People are being separated from their loved ones, their neighborhoods, their places of worship, those that they love. Please take great consideration. I would urge you to support this project. If not today, at least in theory. Don't just throw it away. It's not good to require that people work in your community, but they can't live in your community because of how expensive it is. This project is supposed to support much needed affordable rental housing. I'm sure and I trust that you'll make sure that happens and that it doesn't become just a footnote of what could have been in West Hollywood. I'd like to end by thanking the employees of the City of West Hollywood. You work hard. I'm pretty sure you don't get paid enough to do what you've been doing tonight. And I thank you for your service too, commissioners.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes. Next up will be Juan Munoz, Holly West. Go ahead.
Hi, Matt Payton, West Hollywood, and I am here tonight in support of the project. However, I'm not being paid to say so, but if that is on the table, I would like to see somebody about making that happen. See me afterwards. I am a parent, and I need playmates and classmates for my child in the future, more affordable housing, leads to more families in the area, because Lord knows I can't entertain her myself all the time. And I want to, speaking of schools, read a brief letter from our LAUSD school board member, Nick Melvoin, who also recognizes the need for family housing to support our local schools. Here is Nick's letter. I am writing to provide in my capacity as board member for the Los Angeles Unified School District Board of Education representing West Hollywood, including West Hollywood Elementary, which is near the project located at 8850 Sunset Boulevard. Our students, their families, and the entire community of Los Angeles desperately need their public agencies to support the development of new housing to address the housing crisis in our region. For that reason, I support the construction of housing in the proposed development, including the 16 apartments designated as deed-restricted affordable housing. Please join me and our school board and support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Juan Munoz Guevara, Los Angeles. Good evening, Honorable Acting Chair Lombardi and Planning Commissioners. My name is Juan Munoz Guevara, and I'm a political coordinator for Unite Here Local 11. On behalf of the over 32,000 members of Local 11, including those who work and live here in West Hollywood, we urge the Planning Commission to approve this project as it is currently proposed. It will be a model for our city as it combines desperately needed rental housing, including 20% affordable housing, with hospitality uses and showcases the native urban landscape unique to the Sunset Strip. Our members are acutely impacted by the compounding housing and climate crises as they get pushed further and further away from their jobs into areas like the high desert and the Antelope Valley, which are communities that are less climate resilient. This project will provide affordable rental housing opportunities that people like our members desperately need right next to jobs along transit. This project does more than most ever do to integrate native plants into the design, going so far as to preserve an area of native soil below the project. Each of the featured native trees and shrub species hosts many multiples of other local species compared to non-native plants. It's an example of how we can use our landscaping to magnify the positive environmental impact of a project. The project before you will create a vibrant mix of new hospitality uses and create housing opportunities for more people to be able to shop in West Hollywood. This project combines the features we urgently need in West Hollywood to work towards a more sustainable, diverse, and equitable city. Please support this project as proposed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Holly West, Bourne Johnson, Immer Ocardis, Elisa Rosenberg, Wadley, Lynn Roth, David Nash, please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Wadley. I live in LA, 1 block outside of West Hollywood. I oppose this project. I think if you run Santa Monica Boulevard or Sunset Boulevard, you see so many vacancies and for lease. And a city of West Hollywood might as well just have a J Lux for lease sign above it, because there's so many vacancies, and losing the Viper Room or losing all the iconic places on the Sunset Strip, why would you want to come and stay in a hotel? I run Sunset all the time through Beverly Hills, and you just see for lease, for lease, for lease, for lease. This project's gonna bring 16 houses for people that need houses, but you're gonna ruin a whole block of an iconic, the Viper Room and history of LA. It's not a project that we need. There's so many vacant lots. You have the corner of Sunset and Crescent Heights, the whole Frank Gehry project, that they tore down an iconic building and then just left the dirt for sale again. There's another empty lot just up from this project that still hasn't been developed. And there's about 4 other projects on Sunset that still have lost funding and that are not going to happen. So I oppose this project, and I think West Hollywood has lost a lot of its character and charm all along Santa Monica Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard, and it's a bad idea to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence.
Alicia Rosenberg, and West Hollywood, and West Hollywood for about 12 years, and West Hollywood adjacent for another 5 on Sunset and Fairfax. But one thing is, I feel like that needs to be addressed is filmmaking. As an actor and as a filmmaker, I feel like with the big billboard, that is not very good for the filmmaking. Films, especially in the heart of the Sunset Strip, where like films like Daisy Jones and the Six would not actually film here. They'd go to Canada, you know, and with retro things in the 70s being popular, I think we need to consider that before we put another billboard up that's giant like that one. Like, I know on the 101 there was a big thing about getting rid of the billboards. But, and so I think that's important. And if we really want affordable housing, then we need like 200 units, not just like 16, because that does nothing really to help. And I agree, maybe 300, you know, a big amount, but 16 doesn't do that much. Lastly, someone who is not still here, they were talking about how the big rooftop will be problems for them because their houses, like people could look right into their houses, and a lot of the celebrities who live up there, that rooftop would cause a lot of damages for people. They want to get the privacy they need, so that's something to consider. But we do need more film stuff filmed here, so consider that. And thank you. I just want to say about the Viper Room, I mean, that is an iconic place. The first thing I went to when I moved here was the Viper Room, like many, and I think we need to consider keeping that as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Lynn Roth, David Nash, Ted Parker, Ginger Canzaneri? Thank you. Corrine Conant, Carolyn Mansager. Please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
Ted Parker, I live in West Hollywood. West Hollywood is rent controlled, so they're using these descriptors of like affordable housing. If you drive around, like the other fella said, there's for rent signs all over the place. They're available. If you can't afford it now, you're not going to be able to afford it in 5 years, you know? So yeah, the whole like, oh, we need affordable housing, it's a vague descriptor. It doesn't mean anything, you know, unless you want to write in there. It's just like, all right, the rents for what we call affordable housing in this unit is going to be 30% of the current market. Then you're talking, you know, then you're talking. Larrabee's too small, right? You're going to have this total gridlock. It's going to be terrible, yeah, it's just a bad idea. If you want to give that block a facelift, that's great. Give the block a facelift, but I think the community would be better served and the economy of the Sunset Strip would be better served if you put up another parking lot, like a little modest 2 or 3 story little parking lot right there, just so that people have a place to park when they come and visit the venues, because that's one of the biggest detractors. There's nowhere to park. You know, there's that one little parking lot underneath the big billboard sign, you know, but you could always use more parking. Okay, anyway, thanks, bye.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go, just step right up there, just state your name and city of residence, 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody can hear me? Great. So my name is Carolyn Mansager. The neighborhood knows me as Birdie. I've had the privilege of staying in West Hollywood for about 3.5 years. I didn't think I was going to speak tonight. What prompted it was actually Commissioner Hoopengarner's question about precedent. I'm not an attorney. I am, however, an honor student who has studied business law, contracts, and political science. So the answer to the question is the stare decisis, or the precedent, is the 1999 State versus Wickland. It was in Minnesota, and the reason was there were protesters at the Mall of America, and the Minnesota court decided that the Mall of America Main Street was privatized, had a right to exclude protesters. However, California courts disagreed with Minnesota. So California decided that shopping malls are Main Street and you cannot privatize Main Street. That is a direct quote. So property, public property in California is defined as government-owned, and you cannot close it, which means that the earlier discussion about the breezeway being closed at 3 p.m. and the museum being closed at 5 p.m. is actually a violation of a public space, which is also defined as where protesters can freely assemble and where the public cannot be arrested for trespassing. Otherwise, it does not meet the California definition of public space and therefore is not a public benefit. It's in violation of the US Constitution. It's a violation of freedom of speech, it's an infringement, and it also is possibly a violation of the Due Process Clause. California courts consider public parks, streets, and sidewalks a forum or the town square. And when we saw the picture earlier, we saw that it went out to the sidewalk.
Thank you. If you're still here, Sarah Risher, Victor Omolchenko, Tim White, Mayra Macias, Veronica Alvarado, Daniel Zahn, Sasha, Annette Gazmersky, please state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Buenas noches, presidente y miembros. Mi nombre es Verónica Alvarado y he trabajado en el W Hollywood como recamarera por 6 años y medio.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Veronica Alvarado, and I've worked in the W of Hollywood as a cleaner for 6 years.
Este proyecto traerá viviendas de rentas accesibles y muy necesarias en West Hollywood.
This project is going to bring affordable rent units that are very necessary to West Hollywood.
Solo podía soñar con poder vivir en esta comunidad con buenos recursos,
I could only dream of being able to live in a community with proper resources,
donde mis hijos pudieran ir a las escuelas locales y beneficiarse de otros servicios de la ciudad.
in which my children could go to the local schools and benefit from other social services of the city.
Por favor, apoye este proyecto propuesto para darle a más familias trabajadoras como la mía la oportunidad de vivir aquí. Gracias.
Please support this project to give my families like my working family opportunities to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please state your name and city of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sasha Marcus. I recently moved to West Hollywood, but before that, I was a resident of West Hollywood for about 15 years, including when it became the city of West Hollywood. So a long time. Commissioner Lynn, I'm calling you Commissioner Lynn, not out of disrespect. I respect you tremendously. I want to thank you for all your questions. At this time of night, without a bit of cognac, I'm not going to even try to pronounce your last name. But I want to thank you for all of your questions. I want to say something that is so obvious to so many people I know. When you say, yes, of course West Hollywood needs affordable housing, of course. But the amount of units That's not even a drop in the bucket. And to have so many people come up and say, oh, yes, we need this, thank you, we need this project. The negatives outweigh the positive 1,000%. West Hollywood, before it became West Hollywood, did not have all these block buildings that are now so present, that displaced beautiful 1920s and 1930s architecture. You know, do we really need another block with glass? I don't think it's a gorgeous building. I don't. And to think that that won't have an impact on the neighborhood is insane. Or, you know, you're just closing your eyes because you're going to make money out of it. I'm tired of blocks of glass and cement replacing what is history and charm. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
Annette Kazmersky, West Hollywood resident for approximately 16 years now. I live within 200 feet of the project, right on the other side of the London Hotel. I cannot really complain about the noise of the neighborhood because the neighborhood has always been noisy. I signed on for that. However, this new project with all of its balconies shooting over the London Hotel will make it even less possible to work from home and have a meeting via phone, which I discovered during the pandemic when I had to try to speak over the noise that already exists in the neighborhood. Furthermore, I could not find I rely on street parking, could not find street parking during the pandemic, the first year of the pandemic, because there was simply not enough
Can you speak into the
space.
microphone?
There were not enough spaces available so that I could not work from home during the early days of the pandemic, especially on days when street sweeping made it impossible to find a spot. This will make it even worse. Finally, the noise concern is real. There are municipal codes which regulate noise even before 10 p.m., but when you call code compliance, they won't take those seriously. After 10 p.m., businesses claim they have special event permits, and I assume that this will be about the same when I hear about the rooftop and deck top spaces. I urge you to either oppose this project or continue this until all of those concerns can be addressed. Otherwise, this neighborhood will simply not be livable. This is not affordable housing. This will be market rate housing. There are only 16 quote-unquote affordable units, and as new construction, as you know, it won't be subject to rent control. So the people who work in these hospitality jobs that it may create will not be able to afford these residences. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to remind everyone to please try to be as
Victor?
quiet as you can, including the talking. It is a little hard to hear people when there's talking in the room.
Thank you. If you're still here, Sarah Risher, Victor Olmachenko, Tim White, Mayra Macias. Please state your name and city of residence.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Mayra Macias. I live in Los Angeles. I have worked at Whittier College as a cashier for 19 years. I'm a proud member of Local 11 and support this project. Many of my fellow union members were here for hours today to also support, but work as early as 5 a.m. here in the city's hotels. Many of them get up even earlier than that to drive from distant places to support the city's hospitality industry. They are deserving of this housing project and that would provide the city relies on them. The city relies on them and shouldn't turn their backs on them. Please allow them this opportunity to benefit from this incredible opportunity. Please approve this project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Olmachenko. Followed will be Tim White, Daniel Zahn, Jim Arnone, Tyler Bell. Please state your name and city of residence.
Mi nombre es Victor Omulchenko y yo vivo aquí in West Hollywood. Victor Omulchenko, longtime resident of West Hollywood. I urge you, our Planning Commission, to continue this hearing to another date. There are too many unanswered questions. Too many things have been raised tonight. Noise affecting nearby elementary school children, insufficient parking, reports and documents being made available at the last minute, but not to everyone who is a decision maker here. I'm appalled by this. I think this hearing should be continued until you feel absolutely sure that you can attest that all the findings in the resolution are accurate. Public benefits, okay, that's money into the city's coffer, but $5 million is accrued to an 800 square foot music history museum that will be only open to the public until 5 p.m. What about people who may be going to the Sunset Strip at night? What about people going to the new Viper Room and wanting to learn about the history of this historic Viper Room? That's being accredited $5 million? This is unheard of. I can't believe it. $170,000 per year to clean 800 square feet? What kind of negotiations are going on behind the scenes? I don't understand this. Between the developers and the city staff, why not have some neighborhood people involved, like the WeHo West Association or the Neighborhood Heights people? The other thing I want to bring up is public participation is flawed. I was late to this meeting. I saw people leaving who I know. They did not have these citizen position slips available for busy people who live far away who could have said, yes, I support this project, or no, I don't. Why were these not available in the lobby when I got here? Thank you, David Gillig, for announcing that these were available. The process is flawed. This could be an appealable thing. This project is not ready for prime time until you answer all the questions that have been raised tonight.
Thank you. Please, I ask everyone, please be
Please
quiet.
state your name and city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Tyler Bell, Los Angeles. I wasn't prepared to speak today. I was just empowered to come here in opposition as a resident of Larrabee Street. And I leave here a little bit more confused than I was when I came, because I don't understand the business owners that are perpetuating that this is going to be an economic boom, when I've seen businesses decades old and just under a year old shuttered on Santa Monica Boulevard just this year. And I don't understand the argument for affordable housing when I find that the victims of this development are going to be the people who are already in the neighborhood, who don't have the patience to deal with the pain that's going to happen over the next however many years. If the destruction of the property alone is only going to take 2 months, I haven't heard an estimate on how long this is expected to last, this construction. I just know that I won't be around for it to see it, because I will move. It will be my 6th apartment in Los Angeles in the 5 years I've lived here, 2 of which have been here post-pandemic in West Hollywood, and I don't want to go through that again. And yeah, I don't understand a lot of what people are arguing for at the moment, and I don't have the same tie to the Viper Room that a lot of people do, but I've been there, and I don't think that a 800-foot lobby is adequate. And if there needs to be a stage element, I haven't heard that element discussed at all, because I don't see the actual Viper Room in this construction. I see a mere name. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your diligence. As a paralegal, I really appreciate all your hard work and going line by line through the legal steps. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final few is Tim White, Daniel Zahn, Jim Arnone. Committee's left. And Chair, we have a couple of callers in Zoom that we'd like to make sure they get their opportunity to speak. They had technical issues the last time.
Yes, Corinne, go ahead and *6 to unmute.
and then you will have 2 minutes to speak, and then state your name and city of residence, please.
Vice Chair Lombardi, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Corinne Cohen. I'm a senior at UCLA and an intern with Unite Here Local 11. West Hollywood does not exist in isolation. Every community on the West Side needs to build more creative, forward-thinking projects with a variety of uses. I'd love to be able to stay on the West Side post-graduation, but there really aren't that many options for students or working families to live in. Everything is incredibly expensive. This project will help address the housing crisis by building more affordable housing. This housing will truly be affordable to working people and those that are very low income. Government regulations determine the costs, and the units are restricted by income. I believe the city has a responsibility to build for everyone and welcome more people into this great city. Please approve this project as proposed. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and that's our last one in Zoom. And come on, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and state your name, city of residence. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, everybody, for staying so late. This is very important for everybody. Thank you. My name is Joan Renner, and I had the privilege of calling West Hollywood my home for the last 14 years. I live on Larrabee Street in the wonderful community of Mediterranean Village. I am already impacted by noise, traffic, and parking. Noise from the Petite Hermitage Hotel rooftop events is almost unbearable. It's like it is in my living room. Unfortunately, noise ordinance have failed to control any noise, and it seems like we get no relief. It's either that, the hotel, or the bars. West Hollywood has stepped up to the plate and is offering wages where people want to come to this city and work. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as affordable housing. This is just smoke and mirrors. There is only 16 studios, which is affordable housing, and everything else, which everybody has touched on, is market value. Market value, a 3-bedroom in there is going to be over $5,000 or $6,000. That is not affordable housing. And this is just a tip of the iceberg. 200 or how many ever, if you're going to approve the project, there's so many flaws. There needs to be we don't need more restaurants. 5 restaurants in the last month have closed in West Hollywood. We don't need more restaurants. We don't need another hotel. If we do need housing, make it a project of rent-controlled and affordable housing, which is not market value. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and I love my city, and I want to stay here, and I don't want it to be unbearable living on Larrabee Street and having more impact with gridlock and parking and noise. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have, looks like one more, Jonathan Reyes. He's here? No? Oh, yeah. But yeah, please state your name and city of residence.
Jonathan Reyes, West Hollywood, California. It is a city. Anyway, I actually oppose this project because just like many other people are concerned that the intentions behind this project are not altruistic. It feels like it is monetary, and it will affect many people. I remember being a child and West Hollywood being what called me and becoming someone who was part of the community for many years, many decades even. And I don't see it working out. We have already too many buildings that are unnecessarily there. And the constrictions that we have of traffic, trying to just get to work, trying to get home, spending an hour and 45 minutes unnecessarily. It's like, who is benefiting from it? It is not us. And I don't see that this plan is proper yet. Maybe one day, if it's worked on, and all the answers, like tonight, are answered, maybe we can have something that's beautiful like that with the benefits for the public as they suggest, even though it's not guaranteed yet. Maybe. Just maybe. But for now, I don't think we're there. And again, I love West Hollywood. Many of us have loved it and have searched to find our way here, find ourselves here. And I don't want to ruin that because it's an inconvenience to be here. Thank you all for what you do, and please have the wonderful consideration for everything that everyone here has spoken about, because we're here for that reason, to have a discussion and to talk things out the way that it's intended. And I feel bad for the people who burned out. I know a few people who were here at 6:30 and were waiting to speak, and they never got a chance to do so because they got tired, they had to eat, they had a kid. And as I sometimes say, for each complaint that you hear, there are 9 that you don't. And in consideration of that, there are people who are concerned about this project that are not here to speak for themselves. And so,
Thank you, Jonathan. Your time is up.
well, there was no clock, I'm sorry. But yes, no, it went from like nothing to like 0. Anyway,
Thank you.
I concede my time, thank you.
Thank you. And if there is anybody left that would like to speak, please come on down and we'll give you the opportunity. And Chair, I will read into the records some people that did not stay and or are not able to speak on their views. The following people oppose staff's recommendation. James Radahoy, West Hollywood. Kimberly Darwin, West Hollywood. Brian Schulle, West Hollywood. And Daniel Zahn, Los Angeles. And the following people support staff's recommendation. Javier Malero, West Hollywood. Henry Welch, West Hollywood. Amy Meyer, West Hollywood. Benjamin Wheeler, West Hollywood. James Bullis, Los Angeles. Mons Cardenas, Los Angeles, and Jason Beck, West Hollywood. And Chair, that looks like that is all we have for public comments and public speakers for this item.
Thank you, Secretary Gillig. And thank you, everyone, for hanging in here and for all the participation. It's really appreciated. Do we want to take a break at this time?
Chair, we do have the applicant's rebuttal for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say we need to do the rebuttal first.
Can we take a break? No?
Rebuttal and then
I'm
break.
not allowed to. I feel like. Okay, let's do it 5 minutes. Okay. But then maybe a break before questions. Procedurally, we cannot take a break now.
Acting Chair, it's your discretion
Well,
if you want to take a break.
let's do it. It's fine. Hurry up.
Chair, given the hour. And I'm going to focus this is DJ Moore again on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to focus actually on responding to questions. I think that given the hour, I don't know that I need to get into a full rebuttal. Obviously, there were a lot of comments said on both sides. I do want to start by saying that recirculation of the EIR is not required. Information, including additional studies and new mitigation, can be added following public comment without recirculation. That's exactly how CEQA is supposed to work. Receive comments, conduct additional analysis if warranted, and adopt mitigation to avoid impacts. That's what the EIR did here, and the health risk assessment, the noise analysis are all adequate, and impacts have been mitigated. This has been a thorough 6-year review process with substantial analysis by staff and by the city's consultants, and we thank them for all of their hard work. To respond to questions that were asked, Commissioner Hooper-Gardner asked about precedent for a tenant space being utilized for public benefits. The Arts Club is that precedent. The residential amenity space on the roof, there was a question about its content. There will be a gym space, kitchen, and a residential community room. There was a question about loading on Sunset. There are numerous public parking spaces in front of the project. If this commission desires, as has been done on other projects, a space or two could be removed for Uber or Lyft at the developer's expense. The loading zone in the basement of the project, Commissioner Hooper Gardner, you asked about the 4 spaces that are provided. Only 3 are required. The use of the extra space is supposed to be for maneuvering so that you can get in and out. It's not intended, the demand is not there for 4, the demand is there for 3, consistent with city code. The breezeway and deck, the idea is that that would be open from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the development agreement. The EIR analyzed longer hours to ensure that, a complete suite of impacts was analyzed. No space on the deck is assigned to restaurant. It is all for the public. The 50% was a discount in the rental amount that was used to calculate the public benefit because it's an outdoor space. It's not like it's an enclosed space where a tenant would come and necessarily rent it, right? It would be used as outdoor dining or something like that. So of course a discount was applied in the calculation. Noise impacts were analyzed from that deck. On page 326 of the EIR, it was analyzed at 85 decibels during the day at 25 feet and 75 decibels at night, and no mitigation was required. The EIR also thoroughly analyzed noise impacts for West Hollywood Elementary School and determined that there would be no impacts. The minor change authority in the development agreement, the planning manager is correct that historically development agreements that I've worked on in the city have provided for a 10% allowance. The city asked for it to be reduced to 7%. We have absolutely no intent to add a floor, Commissioner Hooper and Gardner, and we're happy to have that clarified in the DA. That's not the intent. It's just for flexibility during the building permit process. The light canopy on Sunset, the intent is for it to be changeable, but not to be coordinated with advertising. It can be coordinated with public art through the city's public art programming. It can be programmed for Pride colors during Pride. It can be programmed for pink during breast cancer awareness. It's supposed to have optionality associated with it. As far as curation of the music museum, that is not specified. We'd be happy to accept a condition to curate it every 6 months. It is included in the cost, in the value, and so curation was absolutely intended. There was a question about a traffic study earlier for the revised project. There is one in the EIR for the revised project. It's thoroughly analyzed in an appendix to the EIR. There's a question about condominiums. There is no condominium map proposed. These are residential units. On the transit occupancy tax override, there is precedent for that. Both the One Hotel and the Robertson Lane project have transient occupancy tax overrides. There's a question about van pools and carpools. They're typically not additional to required parking. They're preferential parking. This is 100% valet, running tight on time. Banquet space, 119 people. It's not hundreds of people as was claimed. And then finally, as mentioned, there is sufficient space in the parking structure to increase the parking ratio to 1 space per unit instead of 0.5, and we will guarantee the availability of parking for every affordable unit at 1 space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a break. I want to acknowledge that there's more commissioners up here than not that want a break right now. So let's do that. Let's do 7 minutes. Thank you.